This is where the story ends. This is where the story ends. Oh, this is where the story ends. Oh, this is where the story ends. Don't know how to comprehend. It's something that we can't defend. Oh, much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah.
What I believe in, I just do. You say you love me, but is it true? You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the person I do. Oh, it just feels so good. Oh, it just feels so good. You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the person I do. Oh, it just feels so good. I've been dreaming, I've been stuck since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. I've been dreaming. I've been stuck.
electric.
Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Behind these walls, the truth you'll find. These rooms where secrets lie. Amidst the dark, we'll find some light. But we're running out of time. We're talking dangerous games.
上第一猪往前还是往后，看起来有点进退两难。这里敏智直接杀到 Purge 的脸上了，交了一个惊人，这是队友想保他保得住吗？这里刷出去又是一波沉顿的输出，这里胜败给了一个大局，但是完全没有队友能跟得到伤害。空月这个时候在一个破心者重置的时候，后排拿了一个3连杀。
I think for Helpix to win, they really need to find some poke with the 6.
They're on it.
Oh, I thought. Ooh. Anyway, there is a lot of CC. Draft will be coming through. Rooted up will ICU be, but here comes the 3-man, and it's followed by a 3-man Counter-Strike. Lakai back onto this back line. God JJ just getting absolutely ran down. Although it's going to be Lakai getting low, he just turns around. Counter-Strike going to take down Xingbai, looking to take down Kazma. This should mean a very simple Baron.
开始发电喽！再发电！665要往前追了，看出来他是选择要做开战的。这次的前线是直接牵到了一线队友没有跟上，他队友没办法来，他这边直接死了。大哥，队友跟不了来了，水精灵跟了，过了墙还有机会狙击分。等于是飞弹傻要抓住后排，分交的闪现，但是他还有过来效果一个狙击过来中了水精灵，拿下了 double kill，
好像要回家哎，家里要爆炸啦！
突过来，这边位置又是打了起来，机械这一抓，打回来，留到了665被留住，火锅连击只能交，当然等于是飞弹打后排，但对面人已经拉扯走了。16的位置很尴尬，交了一个闪现，就算之后位移还是被击杀。这边位置呼傻是成功逃跑，而在草丛里面 Step 留到了水精灵，此时 Zyber 当大王，超级无敌了，
用浴室的撞人吗？
准备坐车。Zyber 你再撑一下，真正的 Zyber 来了 ，Zyber 倒了，但 Zyber 开车的司机来了，他撞起一个人。然后再飞过来绑住对手，预示着也增加了助攻，最后支援过来的呼下杀掉对面 AD， 也让水精灵没有机会回到中路的位置，
这才是真正的玩命关头啊！
这把巴龙的地形是会隔一个走廊出来，另外一边则是一个绕后的机会，这里阿志跟俊佳同时进场来恶意收购，收到3个人，效果非常好，再一个球力卷到4个，是谁配的反打？一键进场，这是一个天上降模组，看见阿志走不太掉，突然一波0换3。那这一波来看一下，哦，一键的 TP， 哇，他是在关灯前一瞬间踢下来的。
对，这边比较奇怪的是，他们打起来可能太混乱了，加上欧迪尔那个圈圈，让队友没有看到那颗球哦。
俊佳是不是关到自己人的灯了？
much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, shit in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, shit in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, shit in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah.
那这样地狱猪往前还是往后，看起来有点进退两难。这里敏智直接杀到 Purge 的脸上了，交了一个惊人，这是队友想保他保得住吗？这里刷出去又是一波沉顿的输出，这里胜败卷了一个大局，但是完全没有队友能跟得到伤害。空月这个时候在一个破心的重置的时候，后排拿了一个3连杀。
I think for Helpix to win, they really need to find some hope with the 6.
They're on it.
Oh, I thought. Oh. Anyway, there is a lot of CC. Edge draft will be coming through. Rooted up will ICU be. But here comes the 3-man. And it's followed by a 3-man Counter-Strike. Lakai back onto this back line. God JJ just getting absolutely ran down. Although it's going to be Lakai getting low. He just turns around. Counter-Strike going to take down Xingbai. Looking to take down Kazma. This should mean a very simple Baron.
开始发电喽！
再发再发，
再发电！665要往前追了，看出来他是选择要做开战的。这次的牵线是直接牵到了一间队友没有跟上，他队友没办法来，他这边直接死了。
啊，大哥，
队友跟不了来了，水晶领跟了，过了墙还有机会狙击分。等于是飞弹傻要抓住后排，分交的闪现，但是他还有过来效果一个狙击过来中了水晶领，拿下了 double kill。
好像要回家哎，家里要爆炸啦！
突过来，这边位置又是打了起来，击剑这一抓，还回来留到了665被留住，火破连击只能交，当他等一着飞弹打后排，但对面人已经拉扯走了。16的位置很尴尬，交了一个闪现，就算之后位移还是被击杀。这边位置孤小是成功逃跑，而在草丛里面飞住留到了水精灵。此时 Driver 当大王，超级无敌了，
用浴室的撞人吗？
准备坐车过来。 driver，你再撑一下，真正的 driver 来了，driver 倒了，那 driver 开车的司机来了，他撞起一个人。然后再飞过来绑住对手，
有想法，有想法，
也增加了助攻，只有资源怪的呼下，杀掉对面 AD，也让水精灵没有机会回到中路的位置，
这才是真正的玩命关头啊！
这把巴龙的地形是会隔一个走廊出来，另外一边则是一个绕后的机会，这里阿志跟俊江同时进场来恶意收购，收到3个人，效果非常好，再一个球力卷到4个，这是 AP 的反打。一键进场，这是一个天上降模组，看见阿志走不太掉，突然一波灵幻闪。那这一波来看一下，哦，一键的 TP， 哇，他是在关灯前一瞬间踢下来的。
对，这边比较奇怪的是，他们打起来可能太混乱了，加上欧弟尔那个圈圈，让队友没有看到那颗球哦。
俊家是不是关到自己人的灯了？
Welcome back, everyone, here to day number 2 of week number 3 here of the spring split of the PCS. And a couple of exciting games I think we've got on our hands today, brought to you, of course, by Riot Games and Carry International. I will once again be your host, Veshian, and alongside me, it will be Low.
Yeah, here and ready to rumble. Exciting is a good word for the games we have today, I think. Maybe not going to be the most competitive. We'll get onto the second series later, but first up we'd have...
Helpix DCG.
Helpix DCG, that's the one. And Helpix have had a rough time, but I am hoping to see Prage. They've looked a lot better with Prage in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They only played the one game with Prage. It was their last game up against J-Team, and I think they did look a considerable amount stronger with Prage, and maybe we'll see him play again, but sort of, I said this online, but it does feel like Helpix as an organization generally, they're kind of there for the entertainment, not in the sense that they're trying to lose by any means, but of course they're very much like a brand that focuses more so on sort of the entertainment factor of the league, and it's very beneficial, I think, in general, because it is exciting to watch these old players come back, or last split, to see Godtone finally arrive in the pro scene, and so that's exciting. Of course, on your screens was yesterday's results. First series, absolute bang. If you didn't catch it, I do highly recommend going back and watching it. It means Frank are now first on our standings, and then, of course, the second series, it was a clean 2-0, but game number 2 started with West Point actually very far ahead, and unfortunately just not able to use that advantage to really do anything up against PSG.
Yeah, the game time not telling the story of that second game, definitely. 26-minute finish from how far behind PSG was very impressive, but kind of what you expect from them.
Yeah, you don't expect them to fall so far behind. A few issues, and honestly, I mean, against West Point, you get away with it, but I think against any of these other top 4 teams, Frank, BYG, CFO, even maybe DCG, not sure you'd get away with throwing such a lead, or throwing the early game so hard, but...
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely got it done. And obviously, your standings here, it's not common in the PCS that we just see a clean entire standings board, of course. No one is tied at the moment, and a lot of that is because of the game differential, which we now have due to our best of 3s. And Frank, pretty clearly up there in the first place position. And honestly, they've had some tough opponents. They had to go up against PSG, as well as Frank, and BYG, and they've managed to come out on top of both. And as we said, today's matches, Helpix versus DCG, followed by CFO and J-Team. I think Series 2 is likely to be the more competitive one, and the reason being is J-Team, again, they have the names to actually be a competitive roster.
Yeah, they're an underdog, but they have the players to, you know, make this a series and give CFO, who have looked a little bit shaky, a run for their money. Just not really starting out that strong, J-Team.
Yeah,
looking a little bit shaky.
A few roster swaps, and I think that obviously plays a part of it, because then you've lost a little bit of synergy that you may have had from scrimming prior to the season starting, come into week 2. And in fairness, I think to them, they beat Helpix last week. It was off the back of Lakai, who was one of those roster swaps. I think in general in that series, he was the only one kind of awake in terms of both teams, really. I mean, ICU could make the argument was as well. As I talk about him, he's going to be part of this 1v1, of course, to the side selection. It's going to be ICU up against Taco once again. And I'm excited to see Taco again, but I mean, will he pull out the volley bear? Because we saw it finally get countered by Junjie on the Poppy, and it got pretty much decimated. I wouldn't be surprised to just see him pull it out again. Maybe have a little bit more knowledge about how that matchup could potentially go. And maybe you don't even think IC will pick it.
Yeah, every game on volley bear so far, 3 out of 3.
I think the whole team is. I think even Orca played, and Orca played the volley bear in their second game. I might be missing one, but yeah. I think in general they've really liked this volley bear champ in the 1v1. Makes sense. It's a very strong champion, tends to bully lanes in the regular game, and so
you could see the mind games come in now, where ICU leaves Volibear up. Taco expects him to pick Poppy to counter the Volibear, and then he picks something he likes into the Poppy, because it is blind pick at the end of the day. Or he could ban the Poppy and just pick the Volibear.
Oh, Volibear banned, so we won't be dealing with that. Israel. Against Tom Kench.
Tom Kench.
Okay. He will not succumb to culinary degradation.
I have no idea who's going to win this. I think Ezreal.
Boots on the Tom. No pots. Oh, no, we're swapping up. Still the boots, though. Ruby Crystal, refillable.
Yeah.
He's just going to go for Anathemas, I think. He does it every game.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, in this matchup, it makes sense, too. You're going to have damage if you ever do get onto the Ezreal. But that's a tall order.
Yeah.
Maybe with Snowball Flash he can pull it off.
Yeah, of course. Barrier Ignite for ICU on the Israel. Something we see the majority of the time.
Yeah. So it's going to be a lot of this for Taco, I imagine. Just sitting back, getting last hits with his Q.
Tongue lashing.
And ICU might look for a win through tower here. He's going to be getting these waves in permanently.
Oh.
Maybe throw an Ezreal W onto tower once he's got the waves in. And just slowly chip the tower away.
I think tower win is a real concern that Taco has to be worried about, of course.
I think we saw our first tower win yesterday.
We did, yeah.
Very unexpected fashion.
Yeah, it was. Riven up against Cannon.
Yeah.
Jiang remaining undefeated. Taco, though, he has been defeated. Junji had taken him down.
Also unexpected. We've been wrong a lot.
Yeah, nah,
On
these
the
are
1v1.
impossible to predict.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it is just exciting to watch, really. And I'm interested to see how Taco plays this Tom, because it does feel very difficult.
Yeah.
As you can kind of see. I think he hasn't put... Oh, no, he has put a point into Grey Health, but...
Yeah, it's just very weak at the early levels.
Yeah, wow, he's getting quite low.
Yep.
And this tower's nearing on half HP.
Hey, we got to see the buffed Ezreal.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll be seeing it in one of these series.
Oh, Abyssal Voyage. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Very close.
Yeah. That's gonna send Taco back to base. And Israel's gonna get another wave in.
Oh my gosh, his tower's half HP. Yeah, this is looking rough for the Tom. I mean,
Sure.
maybe if he got another melee matchup, the Tom Kench would look a lot better, but...
Oh, even gets clipped by that.
I mean, who's expecting an Ezreal?
Yeah, it's... Oh my... You have to be... this is just gonna be a tower win.
Yeah, I mean, he just backs and loses his tower, maybe.
Yeah, does Israel have the damage to get this entirely down? It'll be close if ICU goes for it. He doesn't have mana, so his W... Maybe he gets one of them off before running out, but I think he's just going to push it in, recall, and he should feel very comfortable. I mean, Taco is forced now to fight twice in a row and hope to win both, because I think otherwise, even if you kill this Israel once, if you can't do it a second time, he's probably just going to win from tower.
Yeah.
And
you see Taco in the camera scratching his head.
For sure. Let's see.
You know, he's still got an okay base. He got like a Ruby Crystal and Ninja Tabbies. Should make him a bit tankier, but not a bad base for Ezreal either.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I much prefer to be in the position of ICU right now than Taco.
My god, that W does so much damage.
Yeah. Oh, Abyssal Voyage. Oh, he almost lands the knock up. He finds the snowball, though. And
Gonna eat him.
he is going to gobble him up. Devour is going to be used. No Arcane Shift available. Taco might be able to find a kill here. Barrier comes out. This will be at least the first kill. Maybe. Flash available. Oh, he doesn't even need it. So he gets the first kill. Should be able to get this wave in and then recall without any real risk of losing his tower. And maybe even now has that Anathemas, which, of course, maybe now it just favors Taco. I mean...
Yeah. First time I think we've seen the snowball pay off.
Yeah. I mean, the two combos we've always seen, right, is Flash Snowball or the Barrier with Ignite.
Yeah, usually the range champ's got Barrier Ignite, and the melee champ's got Snowball Flash.
Okay, yeah, there's the Anathemas, so the 1v1 certainly will be favoring Taco, but it's really up to ICU to just play extremely safe, get this wave pushed in, try and find an auto attack every now and then on this tower. It's going to use that.
Just looking to get the wave in.
Yeah, for sure. Okay.
See if Taco goes for an all-in here.
Yeah, I think the True Shot Barrage really doesn't mean anything against Taco. Okay, so he's going to opt to back. I think this means he probably has his Essence Reaver.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yep, there we go. So a lot more damage now offered from that Essence Reaver as compared to Warhammer Sheen.
Yeah, and I think ICU's on a bit of a clock, right? Because once the smoke starts coming in, without the space to kite the time, you're just going to die to him.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Unless you can somehow poke him down, but it feels a little bit too impossible.
Yeah.
obviously does have sustain on his Q, and as he's level 10 now, will have more points in that W, so a lot of sustain now offered for this Tarm. There's a Voyage. Going to get that Arcane Shift out. Is he going to land the Tongue Lash? He will. He's going to land the Snowball too. Is going to get ICU nice and low.
Oh my god, this trade's not even close.
I wonder if ICU should just recall now. How do you play this as Ezreal at this point?
Yeah.
I think the problem is, Arcane Shift. He's going to have to dodge Tongue Lash. He does. Well done. Oh my.
Doesn't feel like he can even really punish him for using the engage there.
Yeah. Okay. Sudden death will begin soon.
Uh-oh. It'll be hard for ICU.
Yeah. But, I mean, he's got the wave in a really good position. Abyssal Voyage.
Just E forward,
oh,
yeah.
he's eating forward.
Nice.
But there is a Devour available for Tom. Eats him up. Barrier does come through. It's so close. ICU. Oh my god, it's like 200 HP, but he gets it done. Really, really well played. Really, really well played. So ICU coming up trumps here means that Halpigs will have their choice of side selection. Now, the next thing to look for, blue side, of course, they did select.
Yep.
It's on your screens there. Next thing to look for, who is their AD carry? Is it God JJ or is it Prage? Kind of hoping for Prage for a more, I mean, intense series, perhaps. I mean, DCG have had their faults, absolutely, and I don't think they're an infallible team for Halpigs.
No.
So I think you don't want to go the whole split without winning. This is one of the teams I think you have a real opportunity to beat, and so I think you put your best foot forward. Prage would be, from my estimations, their best chance, but it won't be. It's going to be God JJ. So everyone else staying the same, of course. ICU, Kazma, Shanghai, God JJ, and Arding.
Yeah, last time they dropped a game and put Prage in, maybe it's the same strategy.
Yeah. Yeah, perhaps.
Similar
I
to
think
what
it's
Frank were doing.
Yeah, definitely similar to Frank. I think, obviously, Frank have the luxury of having two of the best mid laners in the league, so it's a lot easier to pull that off. But God JJ going to have his chance here to prove himself once again. Varus has pretty much been what he's picked the whole time. He did have a game of Ziggs. The Ziggs honestly didn't look too bad.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of lane pressure, which is a bit of a concern when you're picking the Ziggs. You quite often like to be really far up in your lane.
Yeah, just don't look at his build.
Yeah.
DCG, on the other hand, had a really good showing against, I think it was Beyond most recently.
Cascada especially.
Yeah, they did end up losing it, but yeah, there was that one Kaisa game where Cascada pretty much put the game on his back. They were down a game, he just brings it back, wins them game 2, and even game 1, they had really good chances of winning.
Yeah, game 3, we don't talk about that in terms of DCG. They got absolutely steamrolled, but yeah, game 1 they were ahead, didn't manage to get it done beyond coming back winning it. Game 2 they did win, so I mean definitely a strong team by all estimations. So not an infallible one though, certainly prone to making a lot of mistakes. We've seen Taco have a bit of happy gaming up on top when he picks up the Mordekaiser.
Some Mordekaisers.
Yeah. 665 as well. He's not afraid to have a 10 death game.
Yep.
In fairness, it's, you know, he does play like Vi, goes in, dies, tries to start off a fight. Sometimes there's not enough follow up, and that's just a sort of team cohesion thing. I think some of the time.
If you're gonna have a 0-10 Vi, there's no one you'd want over 665.
Yeah, he does make the 0-10 Vi actually look a bit scary.
Yeah.
But
doesn't hurt having a Rumble Kaisa on your team, but
I also think that DCG thus far have had some of the better drafting. I think in general their drafts have been above sort of the level of most other teams, even the top 4. They've found really creative ways to punish these power picks. The Callista obviously comes to mind the most.
Yeah, that was such a cool draft against Beyond.
Yeah,
where
both
game
games.
1, they had like a 12-0 Callista or something who couldn't auto a single champion because of the comp.
And they only won because there was like sort of one bad team fight from DCG where it was unfortunate Feng was able to auto attack, kind of just ended it.
And that was up against Beyond, who we saw yesterday pulling off some ridiculous team fights with comps they probably shouldn't have been able to.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, make it a really hard series for Frank. Yeah,
well, obviously on your screen there, DCG, very formidable team, I think. Just pleasantly surprised, especially by Cascada. I think Taco's been a little bit more or less lackluster than I'd hoped for. stats comparison between these junglers, and they are very similar in most stats. I mean, mid proximity definitely favors 665 here, but kill participation, second in the league here for Kazma. I wonder who he's second to, but XP pretty much the same, KD literally the exact same. Champion pool very, very different though.
Yeah, a lot more. I mean, yeah, they are just different. There's not a particular style that I can see.
Yeah, so, I mean,
player-
665 liking the engaged champs, and then more carry orientated for Kazma
Yeah.
is sort of the trend I'm seeing.
Okay.
Maybe swapping around the Nocturne and Xin Zhao would make it very, very
Yeah, a little more clear,
cut and
but
dry. Yeah. But, I mean, ultimately, I think Kazma's been performing fairly reasonably here on Hellpigs.
Yeah.
Obviously, they haven't managed to pick up a win, looking to do so today. But I think in general, he's been one of the better players. ICU as well.
Yeah,
He's
ICU's
had a really
some
good
strong showings.
Yeah.
On the Cassante.
Yeah, the ICU
Had a great
Cassante.
game.
His Gwens, I think in the first series they played, I don't remember who was against right now, but their first series he was playing Gwen. I think it might have even been against PSG, perhaps, because he was playing Gwen into Udyr.
Yeah. Safe to bet that Udyr was on
Yeah,
TSG.
RJ is a pretty good assumption there, I think. As we head into draft, game number 1 here of day 2, week 3. Lucian going to be that first ban here up against Tide. Of course, he's looked really, really good at the Lucian. Hasn't looked quite as good at other things. Admittedly, his Varus has been
quite good.
looking better than most of the league, so that's always a pleasant surprise. Rengar going to be banned out. We've seen that every game, I think, actually, against Hellpigs. So don't know if ICU or Kazma are the Rengar one trick, but at least one of them seems to be. Now, Rumble, obviously, taking that away from Taco. They had very creative drafts around that Rumble pick in conjunction with 665's Vi. So get rid of that power pick. Makes you feel a whole lot better. Gives you a lot better chances.
Yeah. Maybe looking to first pick a Callista as the Hellpigs.
Yeah, perhaps.
Ash is up too.
Ash is up right now, and Hellpigs were a team that just left it
there
open.
goes.
Oh,
With the Ash ban.
as
the
the Ash
Callista-
ban came through, God JJ threw his hands up in despair. I think he was really hoping for that Ash.
Yeah.
I want to say Arding, I think, has been the real standout player, though, for Hellpigs.
Yeah.
I think, despite how poorly some of these showings have been, I think he's found very optimal engages in terms of the sort of the game state.
Yeah.
God JJ looking to pick up this Varus once again. He has played a lot of the lethality. I know he has had, I think, one game of on hit. Wasn't the best showing, but wasn't necessarily the worst. Callista seems fine. Obviously, now it's up to Hellpigs to try punish it. Vi's open immediately. That's what comes to mind as a way to punish this Callista. As long as you have something to follow up with it.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense to me. Poppy is usually a pretty good counter pick into the Callista as well. Just limits how she can play. Kai'Sa Renata is going to be a really strong bot lane, but if you take Hail of Blades on this Varus, there are bot lanes that can match it. I mean, probably the most famous is the Varus Ashe bot lane. But you can play other ADCs. We've seen other ADCs played in the past.
Blind
as
Corki.
support. Blind Corki is something you see a lot in the LCK. I don't hate it. It seems crazy, but there's not a whole lot you can really pick to punish it.
I mean, Tristana stands out.
Yeah.
And Cascada being an 80 carry player.
Yeah, should be willing to go into
Yeah.
the Tristana.
But then it does force you into finding AP elsewhere in the team comp. Now, admittedly, Lilia, it seems fairly
Pike
strong.
is locked in.
It is locked in. Okay.
So they will be trying to punish the Callista.
They will be. I don't know that Pike is the best at punishing a Callista, but Vi, currently the hover, makes a lot of sense for 665. He's played it a lot. He's died on it a lot, but he's found a lot of good engages. So
yeah, he's made good use of the champ.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe some rough early games on it.
Okay, it is going to be locked in. So we have our first three for both sides. And second ban phase now. Do you look towards top laners, perhaps junglers? You have your own jungler. So Nocturne ban. Kazma's also played the Viego. He's also played the Lee Sin. Not sure if you want to ban them, but definitely is an angle. Akali going to get taken away.
Yeah, I like Hellpigs defending their mid.
Yeah, me too. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Corki really can just take over games. If he has a good early game, gets through lane, and you don't just fall apart in the mid game around these dragon fights. I mean, he's going to be showing up to the dragon fights with package. that kind of just eases him into his 2, 3, 4 item spikes, and then he becomes just a monster in the late game.
Absolutely. Maokai, the second man here, obviously strong against Callista, and just a strong champion in general as things currently stand. Darius going to be the last ban. I mean, that's a real thinking emoji one, but...
Yeah, maybe they're not thinking of the Triss. I didn't think of the Triss until you said it, but yeah, that is a horrible matchup for Corki.
Yeah, but now you have to find AP top if you do want to do that, which I mean, admittedly, there is options. You do have counterpick, but then you'd have to blind the Triss. They're very well aware if you're going top of AP, it's going to have to be pretty much Kennen or Gwen.
Yeah.
And I think Nico's a fine pick. Does have follow-up here for the Vi. Also just a really strong champion in the meta, really strong team fighter.
Callista loves playing with Lockdown and AoE CC as well. Just gives her time to ramp up in team fights.
Yeah.
So Nico with Callista makes sense to me.
Okay, Udyr could be the lock-in. It does open up Taco for being able to pick up the Gwen. Obviously, you don't really need, or necessarily even want, Nico as your solo AP, because a lot of the time she does do a bit of damage, but ultimately is more utility-based as the game sort of progresses through. It's going to be the Aatrox,
I really
however.
like the Aatrox pick. Aatrox is very strong at the moment, I think, and we got a taste of that yesterday.
Oh, didn't we?
On opposite sides, I think Aatrox is just going massive, and
no, it's different games. It was Jiang the first time for Frank, and then RJ.
yeah. So each team picked it, and
It's different games.
oh, are they different?
Yeah, Frank was
Different
against
series?
Beyond, remember?
Oh,
And then PSG were against West Point.
oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
but both Aatroxes just went nuclear.
yeah, and just absolutely took over games.
Archie almost
Asha-
getting a penta, but it got stolen.
Yeah, and carrying that game by himself.
Oh yeah, they were
on
very
the
far
Aatrox.
behind. But yeah, the Aatrox has looked really strong so far. I think we saw one bad game, and notably it was against Taco, if you remember. I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure it was
Relia
on Akali
Yeah.
up against... No, Relia on Aatrox up against Taco's Akali, and he got solo killed once, almost got solo killed a second time, but narrowly escaped. But yeah, definitely I think Taco should be able to play the champ. Top laner, very skilled in the 1v1s.
Yeah.
Just a really powerful pick in the meta. Most likely we'll go that lethality build, which is generally the Profound Hydra.
Yeah, profane.
Oh yeah, sorry. And then to pretty much whatever you want from there.
Yeah, we've seen a lot after the Hydra. We've seen Serpent Fangs. We've seen the Edge of Night.
Yeah, Edge of Night's quite common.
Usually you end up with the Cyrildas.
Yeah.
It's nice if you can build a Maw. Maybe you can in this game.
Yeah, I think you can. It is lethality Varus, this game. So
Yeah,
two
not
Halo Blades,
surprising.
bit of lane pressure there, but honestly, do they win out against Callista Renata? I'm not entirely sold.
Well, you've got a tall order as Arding. You have to land all your spells on a Callista
Yeah.
with Cleanse.
It does feel like Halpigs have drafted themselves into maybe two losing lanes and what could be a contentious lane down bot.
Yeah.
So it almost feels forced to be playing around this bot side because Aatrox should be beating the Udyr.
I think he'll be beating the Udyr later, but I don't think you're too worried about the early game.
I don't think either of them are, but that's sort of generally Udyr wins the war of attrition, just has a little bit less mana costs, can push in those waves really, really quickly, even from level 1. Whereas a lot of other top laners can't do that. Now, importantly, of course, Aatrox doesn't have any mana. He just has cooldowns, so...
Yeah, he does okay in the War of Attrition himself.
Yeah, for sure. And he also has sort of methods to be able to get his health back.
Yeah. As ICU is doing what most Udyrs do and looking to get into the enemy jungle, be annoying. He is on top of a ward, though. We'll see how this bot lane, and I like the camera on bot lane here because this is probably what's deciding the game, honestly.
It does feel that way. Obviously, top could very quickly get out of hand for either side, and that just be the
I
real
just don't
difference maker.
imagine. I just don't imagine the Udyr dying. That's all. And even if the Aatrox falls behind the Udyr, I'm not that worried about him.
Sure. Becky's coming in.
We haven't really seen Udyrs run away with games.
Yeah, they kind of just get themselves a lead and then become annoying in team fights, just running around in circles with that Phoenix stance, stunning people up with the bear stance.
Unsurprisingly, early prio for DCG.
Yeah, I think they just get prio this whole game. I don't really know what Pyke's supposed to do. I think maybe at some stage you just have to look to roam, but...
I mean, you just wait for your jungler to get here.
Yeah, but even then, who are you hooking? Orca maybe, but...
Yeah.
If you're hooking Orca, that just leaves Tide so much time now.
I mean, DCG are red side bot lane. There are a lot of paths here, and they don't have any wards covering them.
I think they will be aware of this now. Yeah, they are. Walking up river. Oh, Orca, you might find yourself in a little bit of trouble. Uh-oh.
Okay. This could be something. They might get some out of this, I would imagine.
Yeah, there's one. Now, hook available still.
It's a massive chunk. Pretty good wave clear on the Varus. He should be able to get that into tower and deny some creeps. This Shanghai is pretty chunked on the Corki, but... Oh, he doesn't have fleet footwork. He's gone for first strike.
Ah, classic.
Yeah, we've seen this a million times.
Yeah, ICU just being annoying.
Yeah, so strong early game.
Yeah, absolutely. Vi certainly not going to be able to contest, and Taco doesn't want to leave the crashed wave to help out, so just going to have to relent some pressure and accept that you're not getting those Krugs right now. Does come bot, pick himself up. At least the scuttle grab. Arding very, very low. Tide also, though.
This could be scary.
Definitely could. 65 does have flash available. God JJ looking to block. Oh! Ooh, unlucky. God JJ, though, getting very low. Does have flash. Is going to commit it. Not sure that he needed to in the end there, but... Oh, finding a lot of damage. 65 is actually just going to get creep blocked. Oh my god.
So close. Ignite's still up on Arding. Probably not expecting that to turn into a kill on the buy somehow. And kind of
still looking. 65 now. He's going to get that Ignite out. Oh, and it's a disaster.
Yeah, that's...
Oh my...
No way.
This... Wow. I mean, I feel so bad.
Yeah.
For the Halpigs bot lane.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. They caught a lucky break initially, honestly, with the Vi Q. We're going to see it here. As this is how Arding gets chunked at the very beginning of the fight. Oh, he gets handshake into the tower, eats the Ignite, has to use heal. And then the Vi Q actually bumps the Varus before he can flash to connect on the Pike. So a lucky break for Halpigs, and they turn it around and almost manage to get a kill. If the Ignite had come out here, this was definitely a kill.
Oh.
Almost a kill anyway. And then Arding tries to finish off the Vi. I'm surprised she doesn't go down here.
Leveled up in the bush.
Levels up, but still he lands a Q auto Ignite. You think she's just dead, but...
Well done by Orca to use those Renata abilities as a shield.
And then the Varus Q doesn't finish him off. Disaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta not let that phase you as Halpigs. Your bot lane is still very strong. Sum's even. Just the cleanse up on the Callista.
It is very hard to not let that phase you, though.
Yeah.
I know that certainly phases me.
Yeah.
Especially when it happens just like 3 times in such quick succession.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just disaster after disaster.
But yeah, as you said, got to try and get past that.
Oh, I didn't even notice his Halo Blades on the Callista, so he might be going for like a Youmuu's.
Yeah, Youmuu's Guinsoo's is what the LCK have been doing when this happens.
Oh, Youmuu's Guinsoo. Okay, I thought you might go Q-Max full lethality. We used to see a bit of that.
Yeah,
on the Callista.
I mean maybe, but in general, there's been a lot of Youmuu's into the Guinsoo's. It just means that you aren't so pigeonholed into forcing sort of a Q only. It means in team fights you should have a little bit more effectiveness.
Yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising to see the Guinsoo's just because there are so many tanky champs. If they have a lot of squishies, the lethality build might be a little bit better. But they've got plenty of tanky units for you to stack your Guinsoo's up on the Callista.
665 back bot.
Back on the bot lane.
Doesn't have flash, and I mean to make this work, it's going to have to be a dive and 2 full health bot laners, as well as you not really having all that much lockdown. It feels a little bit ambitious.
Pyke's so annoying to dive. I think he might just be protecting his bot lane, making sure they can get the crash. As he is leaving now, though. So much vision for Halpigs down here, though. He's looking mid. Without level 6, he's never killing this Corki, though. Shanghai might be taking over that lane a little bit. Both junglers heading bot. Vi's going to have Q down here if he... Vi kind of has no way out right now. No flash.
Yeah, going to get stunned up, knocked up by that crash down. Going to get pulled on back. Arding, though, is going to actually be found, and Tide is going forward.
Yeah, and there's the power of the Renata denying a kill.
The revive did come through. Man, 665. He has been living.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so tragic.
Yeah.
Arding just committing a little bit too much there.
Yeah. We're
World's
almost. It's like we're almost seeing the Pyke work out, but you know, by pretty small margins. It's just
cooldown boots. Interesting. Take a look again. I mean, is there a way for Arding to do have as much impact without going down? Probably.
I think he maybe just gets caught by a handshake. Yeah. I mean, he...
Oh, yeah, just the CC layering is fantastic.
Yeah, just gets caught by the handshake mostly. Maybe not much of a choice. If you're going for the hook there, you're very immobile as the Pyke, easy to hit with skill shots.
Yeah, this is true.
Cooldown boots. On who? Is it Strange on Nico?
No, Strange on Pyke.
Oh. Oh, well, I mean, in Mobies, I only ever see, like... Oh, in solo queue, I only ever see Mobies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Mobies is usually what's picked up. I mean, you can also go the plated steel caps, I think. But, yeah, definitely haven't seen a whole lot of cooldown boots in my time. Well, we'll see. I mean, he has been landing his abilities. He's been impactful. The problem is every time he's found what I'd call a good amount of impact, it's led to 665 living on the most minute number of health.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a tough lane to be an aggressor into, the Kalista Renata. One of the strongest lanes. Yeah, if the Ashe is banned, this might be the strongest lane you can really have. So it's really hard to get aggressive into them. And, you know, places where you'd be trading kills, you know, you're just down a kill.
Yeah. Now, Tide has no sums. Hostile takeover not yet available. Ooh, the handshake does land, but Tide overcommits. He gets knocked up. He does get the revive, and he's living. GodJJ will be able to pick that one up at long last.
Comes by.
They are able to find that kill without someone getting away on a slither of HP, and so GodJJ picks himself up his first. Arding, unfortunately, finds himself a third death.
Yeah, nice play to punish the cleanse being down on the Kalista. They have so much CC to layer on top of her. She's always dead there. Unfortunately, Arding goes down too.
Oh my god, 665 has found the perfect max range Q flash into the Vault Break, the cease and desist, and Xingbai is going to find himself a snappy recall here.
I mean, we've seen how impactful 665 can be on this vibe behind early game, and we're going to see what he can do with a really good start to the game. So far, so good.
Yeah, already having one Dragon 2 makes things a lot easier. Teleport coming through here from Xingbai. Going to be able to pick up Taco almost certainly. Does have the package, though, so...
Might just use it to get back to lane.
Yeah, going to be able to get back to lane quicker. It also means that these Void Grubs are 100% secure.
Yep.
But that would have happened anyway with Taco being taken out. An important pickup, though, obviously, as the Corki, getting any form of early gold is fantastic, so...
And he also picked up the package around the dragon spawning. They're not going to use this package to contest the dragon, but it'll be up for the next dragon now.
Yeah. Arding coming back is level 6. Of course, both bot laners now finally having access to their ult. What happens here?
Just dies. Yeah.
Oh. 665 truly be doing things around the
he's
map.
a bit blessed this game. Seems like everywhere he goes, things just go well for him, yeah.
Is he playing well?
As he's got a full item completed already on the Vi. Bit of a monster now.
Yeah, now Lethality Varus is getting pretty decimated here in this lane.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's entirely the fault of his own. Orca going to be hooked up. Wow, that was a very, very near miss. Arding trying to get that flash done, but Tide flashing over the wall means that he will remain safe.
Should be happy to trade flashes Kalista for Pyke. But another strong point of this Kalista pick is that you can't commit onto Orca on the Renata. He is so out of position there, but you can't commit any spells onto him because he's just going to get Kalista ulted.
This pocket of vision once again is coming to play. Goes a little bit too early there. Arding should be getting Vault Break. It is going to. Actually, GodJJ does. Hostile Takeover is going to connect, and so does that Q from the Kalista. Another kill found. Arding going down. And Cascada's ult will force out Xingbai's flash. And so everything going perfectly here for the side of DCG as Kazma, he's stuck in a rough position. Going to use that Magnet Storm, but Tide, he's going to be able to rend that one away. He's picked himself up a 4th. And the whole map really just coming up.
Yeah, whenever you've got this Kalista in the bot lane, you just send as many members as you can down there, and most fights are going to be winning for you, especially with Kalista Renata.
Yeah.
You saw how far away they could follow up the engage. I mean, Vi looked, with pretty much any other bot lane, Vi is just way out of position going too deep on Varus by herself there, but with the Renata ult to follow up, you're going to see it here. 665 just dives tier 2, pretty much. And Orca's way out of position, but you can't go on him. Trading flashes. Oh, and this is actually, this is the wrong play. I was thinking of...
Here we go.
Yeah, I was thinking of the play that's coming up with the Vi coming over the wall. It looks a little bit janky at first when 665 comes over the wall, but they're not ready to go.
A second too early.
Yeah, the wave hadn't crashed yet, so it made them flinch a bit, but look how deep 665 goes here. But the Renata ult, the Kalista ult to follow up, they can just follow from, you know, a screen away. Xingbei shows up, has to flash out.
Yeah, Valkyrie's over the wall, flashes back the other way. And 665 once again rearing his head down on his bot side. Xingbei now, the most likely target if they were to pull the trigger.
Something going for you if you're the Hellpigs here is that you have a lot of wave clear. Udyr's always going to be able to hold his lane fine, and Corki and Varus have great wave clear. So maybe you'll lose the tier 1s just because it's a bit unsafe to protect them, but once you're down to your tier 2s, you can defend them forever. To do that, you're going to need to grab a dragon at some point if you want to stall this game out.
Yeah, and I think that's really where the problem comes in, right? Is that it doesn't feel like they're ever going to be in a position to really contest these dragons.
Yeah.
It is just going to be another lethality item here for Tide, so I imagine it is Q-Max lethality sort of poke Kalista.
Oh, cool. We don't see that too often.
Definitely not, but I mean, he's 4-1, so
yeah,
if it doesn't work here, it never will.
Decides he's going to leave the Udyr and Rel for someone else to kill and go for a backline. I'm not sure who is killing the Udyr and Rel if this game goes longer.
Yeah, I think this game feels a little out of control.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a 5k gold lead at 15 minutes. That feels very hard to deal with.
Yeah, geez. I didn't even notice the gold lead had grown that big.
Yeah, Corki's not even close to any of the items he really needs.
Yeah.
He has obviously his Mirror Mana. It's not yet upgraded, but still an important pickup. Still needs the Malignance, still needs the Eclipse until we really get to that point of the game where this Corki is outputting enough damage to take over the game.
If he gets there, though, pretty much every target is going to be...
Yeah.
Every rocket is going to be, you know, team fight winning, pretty much. With so many squishy targets on DCG. He's already doing a lot of damage.
Sure is. Using that Valkyrie aggressively. Now, Cascada, he's going to get redemptioned up. So he's fairly healthy. Flash forward is not going to connect. But now he's got to outplay. Teleport coming through, but it's going to be mashed. And Cascada getting very, very low. Not going to get that Pop Blossom to pop off. And so it is just a kill picked up. Xingbei, but it's going to be returned. That's one found. There's a kill in the mid lane as well for Tide as Taco is continuing on forward. He finds 2 knockups. Q3. He's not going to be able to commit it. It's going to be Kazma who does use that crash down, but here comes the hostile takeover. It's going to connect onto both Udyr and the Pyke as Taco's still going forward. Nice handshake. Oh, ICU does manage to get out of that pullback, but here comes 665 on the Vi. That cease and desist means that Kazma will eventually go down. And so all things said and done, it's 3 kills found for Hellpigs for just the 1 in return for Xingbei.
Oh, meanwhile, Tide picked up a kill on God JJ in the mid lane, and he's about to pick up a tier 2 tower as well. DCG rotating around. They don't actually manage to get the tier 2. Most of that fight in the bot lane, by the way, was 2 versus 4.
Okay, there's the package. Yeah, that's a usage of package. Udyr did. Going to be going down here to Tide, and no package now means third Drake will almost certainly be uncontestable for Hellpigs. There's a bit of poke coming through from Xingbei, but I mean, you've got to deal with the Aatrox in the bot lane.
I think that's the second or third time we've seen a kill denied by the Renata W.
Yeah, definitely getting a lot of value.
They did actually take down Tide in that fight. We're going to see the 1v1. God JJ immediately knows he's in trouble, heals to run away, cleanse on the Varus ult, and yeah, light work for Kalista at this point. value out of the Youmu's there. I don't think a Rage Blade Callista or on-hit Callista maybe catches there. It was a really good look from Hellpigs, and one positive here is you got the shutdown on the Corki.
That root landing was very, very important.
What rooted him? What even rooted the Corki?
Nico E.
Oh, just before she died. Okay.
Yeah, got it out.
Yeah.
Went flying in.
And then the Aatrox and the Renata are just running at them 2 versus 4 the entire time. And yeah, they have no way to fight back.
Okay. Ritual use top, of course, 4 minutes until you can really think that DCG have this pretty much unlosable.
Yeah, once the Dragon's up.
Yeah. No, honestly, even in the 2 minute sort of time span before it, we will have Baron come up, and admittedly, not the highest Baron damage on the team. 665 might be getting caught out. Chain of Corruption, Crash Down, Magnet Storm, everything being used. Hostile Takeover, though, has kept him alive. He's going in now. This is being turned absolutely on its head. The CC's coming through. 665 will not get revived, and now tied. He's the lethality build. He can't kite as well as perhaps you're used to seeing these Callistas. It is just going to be that 1 for 0, but by God, was it a hard kill to find.
God, they have to fight for every kill that Hellpigs do, especially any kill with the Renata and Callista are going to be there. So we'll see if ICU can hold on to this tower against a very strong Aatrox. They are still even in items. And no massive item disparities really anywhere on the map in spite of the gold lead. Oh, in the bot lane. In the support role, actually, is probably the biggest item disparity. As if you're Hellpigs, you have to find a way to somehow get a big spike on one of your carries, either this Mirror Mana on the Varus or the Eclipse on Corki before this Dragon is up, just so you have some hope of fighting for the soul.
Yeah, I don't even think there's enough time for that to be a reality, though, is the unfortunate truth that we're faced with here. And I'm pretty sure Xingbai's package will be 30, 40 seconds off being up when the Dragon is spawned. We definitely have to keep an eye out for that, but he did use it pretty much at the time Dragon was taken. It is a 30-second longer cooldown than the Dragon spawn timer, so... Oh, no.
Yeah. Usually you can get away with stalling.
Yeah, but I don't know if they can in this game.
When you're so behind, when you're so behind, they can just hit it.
Yeah, like, who's really killing Taco at this point? Probably no one.
Yeah.
You really do need Corki items online for that to become a reality instead of just a pipe dream.
Yeah.
So, I mean, so far, obviously, first Pike we've seen, but not the greatest showing.
It had its moments, but
and it was so close to actually working, I think. If some of those, I mean, that first kill, if that comes through onto 665, we could have an entirely different game on our hands.
Yeah, absolutely. So
now,
setting up around the Baron.
Yeah, and I mean, they don't have... Obviously, you're used to having a lot of Baron damage when you have a Callista, but the lethality Callista certainly won't be doing as much damage as the on-hit usually
Honestly,
does.
They are a full damage comp, but no one's bringing Baron damage on this DSG lineup, DCG lineup.
They will still be able to take it, and like, you do have to respond to it fairly quickly, but it's not a situation where, well, they have a Vayne or a Varus on hit, and it's going to go down in seconds.
I think they might not be able to take it if 5 members of Hellpigs are up.
I agree. Magic and... oh, there's a minion on this blast cone.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is suspicious at all. Hey, guys. I think Xingbai may have sniffed that one out.
As honestly, Hellpigs have kind of stemmed the bleeding, right? It was a 5k gold lead at 15 minutes, and it's about the same. About the same now, grown to like 6.5.
Yeah, I think that's not so much Hellpig stemming the bleeding more than it is DCG just playing very reserved, waiting for the Dragon win con.
Yeah, they're happy to just take it to the Dragon. Callista's up an item, and Pyke still hasn't finished his first item. You're not looking for Pyke items this game, though. I don't know what you're looking for on the Pyke at this point.
You're looking for a very lucky hook onto Tide, I suppose, and then hope that results in something greater, but...
Tide picking up the Knight's Vow.
Yeah, makes this a lot harder.
Though there's plenty of poke to get it off.
Edge of Night.
Edge of Night, that's the one.
I think Knight's Vow, like, almost never see it anymore.
Yeah.
The new support items as well as just sort of the old ones sort of doing better than it. As well as quite often the melee supports just want to pick up the Frozen Heart because it is just a better comp-wise item in general, and it's pretty much the same price.
Yeah. Yeah, as well as Locket just being very strong. There's just a lot of strong items that you want on your supports, as Shengbai has his package.
He does. But this
Good
does look
poke
very hard.
engage.
Magnetstorm comes through. It's going to only land onto one. It's Chris Garda who does get the Pop Blossom off. He's very low, does go down, but not before he takes out Xingbai as well. Now Taco's on the back line. GodJJ flashes, but he flashes the wrong direction. Now Taco's flashing forward too. It's so far, it's a 2 for 2, but it looks like ICU will be taken out. Tide claiming that one. Crash down coming through from Kazma, but this Rel will not have the damage to kill it. Callista will be going down. That's a double kill on the top side. Arling trying to run for his dear life up against this absolutely mammoth Taco, and he does just claim him down, slaps him across the face with that darkened blade, and it's going to result in an ace for 2 and the Dragon Soul now for DCG. So
Good
really
try.
at the point where it's
Good try from Hellpigs. They gave it a go. It's going to be really hard to come back against the Soul. It's not impossible. I don't think they actually use the Infernal Soul that well, but I think Shengbai kind of just sprints it here. This was a bit much, I think, with the package.
or he used it to dodge out of the hostile takeover.
Yeah, he instantly gets violed at the...
Yeah, but I think he had
size.
to, because otherwise he just gets hostile takeover and dies anyway. And
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, it's just so hard to play from this far behind. They needed a miracle fight anyway.
I think if this game's even, maybe it works out a lot better. But
Yeah. Sucks that the Callista finished Edge of Night. He did plenty of damage in the fight.
yeah,
GodJJ just found on his own as his entire team flies in onto the enemy backline, and he's left alone with Taco.
yeah.
Who makes quick work of him.
I think I know who I favor in that there 1v1. Now, Baron obviously is started by DCG. The Scrying Orb will spot out the fact that that's happening. Teleport also going to be coming in here for ICU. Doesn't have Ghost available.
Nice
Chris
hook.
Carter might be getting caught out, but looks like he should be fine to just run away. And Taco sitting eerily here in this top side river bush.
Now they're going to need to connect some of this poke if they want to stop this Baron attempt.
Well, they are. They've gotten DCG off it for now. And again, there isn't all that much Baron damage. It's kind of hard for DCG to just sit in Halpigs' face and try to take it. They are looking, though. Kazma is no way near. Verisalt does come out. Piercing Arrow will not connect. And so, kind of just a massive cooldown, especially around this Baron, is going to no longer be available. Now, is going to be this Baron started up once more.
Still going down pretty slow.
It is. Taco now showing his face. Kazma as well. He might be looking for something, but here comes the Pop Blossom. It lands onto 2.
Wow.
That's going to be Xingbai going down. Does find the return kill onto Chris Carter, however, and through comes a hostile takeover. It's going to connect onto 1. It's going to be Tide, who picks himself up a kill. Now Kazma in the middle of 3 with that Magnet Storm is certainly not going to be able to survive. Down he goes. It's a double for Taco. It's going to be a triple or... Triple, yep, it is a triple for Tide, and a clean wipe there. Obviously, Chris Carter going down. No need for this Baron now. We're going to look towards inhibs.
Yeah, and it is so sad watching GodJJ in these fights. Without his ult especially, he's just running around in circles while Aatrox chases him and almost always is going to catch him without the team there to peel him. You're kind of seeing the weakness of this Pyke, because they're not even getting bad looks in these fights, but just the disparity in strength. Like, the Pyke is pretty much, they're down a champ. As Shengbai actually dies really early in this fight, he gets hit by the Nico root there. He does trade a kill. They have so much damage. But yeah, once Corki goes down, there's no damage. Corki is your hope of winning this game, is watch Taco just walk around autoing GodJJ to death.
Yeah, flash handshake.
Maybe a little bit spiteful.
Yeah.
等我就好了。走太快了。
I like the
So they didn't actually take the Baron.
Okay, Corki now 3 items, so
Yeah,
you've got a
Corki's
little
very
bit of a
strong.
chance, but I think maybe too little too late. 4 items available for Tide.
Yeah.
There's also 3 here for Chris Carter on that Nico. Obviously, should be less impactful in general in terms of damage than Corki.
Yeah.
But I don't know that you need this damage when you've just got such a strong Aatrox, such a strong Callista.
Hellpigs should still definitely contest this. This is the only...
Yeah,
This is the
Chris
only
Carter.
situation they're going to be strong, but the Baron's already dead.
Yeah, it's just gone down. That was teleport, of course, used by Xingbai. Arden getting very, very aggressive here, walking towards the side of DCG. ICU and Taco battling it down on the bot side. Build into used. GodJJ, good flash to get himself nice and safe. Through comes some of these piercing arrows, but ultimately it is going to be ICU just taken out in fairly quick fashion. And now Baron pushes on. It's 4v5.
Yeah, this might just be a push and end. They do have a lot of poke and wave there on
Oh
Helpix.
my
Wow.
god!
He
Okay.
just flash autos him.
Yeah, Arding gonna land the hook, trying to land a stun, but I think it's all too little too late as the wipe comes through almost immediately. 27 kills to 8 in a 27-minute game. It is a very, very decisive game one for DCG.
Yeah, a couple of disasters in the early game for Helpix, and DCG kind of take the lead, run with it without ever stumbling.
Absolutely, and I mean, good showing, of course. DCG, we did have them as sort of this black sheep, right? We do think of them as a very good team, and they have the possibility to upset other teams. I mean, they already took one game from BYG. I think they can do the same against other with our top 4, and to sort of prove it again. And I say this about CFO. I say this about all the top 4, is you got to win against these weaker teams very decisively. What are you laughing about?
I'm just remembering that early game play.
Which
It's
one?
Just,
Oh, the
just
level
the
1?
disaster. Just the disaster
Yeah,
in
to
the
be
bot lane
fair,
for Helpix.
the entire game could have been a lot different had 665 not lived on literally 1 HP about 4 times in a
one
single play. Yeah, and honestly, I think Helpix played that about as well as they could have to try and make it happen, as well as 665 using his E on the minion wave, which propped his shield. And so then when they found the hook, they got the ignite. There was no shield for 665 on the Vi. So I was like, wow, he's going to go down. And somehow managed to survive. Obviously, the revive coming through from Renata multiple times this game.
Yeah.
It was,
once you're behind against the Renata as well, it's just so easy for the enemy team to trade a kill.
Yeah.
And then they didn't actually trade a kill, they're just up a kill.
Yeah, for sure. And that was the reality of really what we saw. I mean, I'll credit up top lane as well. I think it's not easy to lane against the Udyr. I don't think you're ever coming out as the clear favorite as the Aatrox versus Udyr. You can, we have seen in the past, but I don't think that's what you're expecting going into the matchup. And I think Taco did a really good job of living up top, coming to these team fights, finding massive, massive damage, massive impact. And it's pretty much a continuation on the Aatrox as we saw yesterday.
Yeah, well, when you've got the Kalista Renata on your team as well, you're not the main character this game. You just know you can sit back and the game is going to be decided one way or the other bot lane. And he did, well, he just hung on in lane and then found some good flank TPs and made God JJ pretty miserable.
Yeah. And I think, honestly, I think Xingbai actually may have even outperformed Cascada this game. I think Xingbai actually had a pretty good game for himself. Often, I mean, it's not easy to sort of join these skirmishes early on as Corki. We know him as a scaling champ. When you are only sitting on that mirror mana or even the Malignance and mirror mana, your damage is still very, very low. You don't really have the damage output. Maybe more than Nico, in fairness, but certainly not the same team fight impact when Nico can come in with this Pop Blossom and then sort of break open a team fight like
Weirdly enough, I feel like he did play a lot better than Cascada in the early to mid game.
Yeah.
Where Cascada was honestly just making a lot of mistakes. He missed a flash E, he was caught a couple times. But then in the team fights, Cascada was finding E's onto multiple people, including Xingbai, and ults onto multiple people. Maybe a little bit easier just to play the team fights when you're that far ahead. But yeah, maybe just caught a couple times in team fights on... He got there on Corki, on a champ that can definitely carry games. He got there with the items, just maybe too far behind.
Yeah.
Too hard to play the fights.
Absolutely, and I think, again, sort of continuing on forward is I want to see, again, Game 2 for DCG. I want to see them do something very similar. I want to make sure they are able to continue closing out games here in a very clean fashion. I'm pretty sure they'll be able to, but obviously we still got to see. And notably for DCG, they do oftentimes have a clean game, but then have a game where they do falter quite a lot. And they don't always lose that game, but they certainly don't look as clean. And I think a consistency issue is kind of rearing its head in terms of DCG. And this series could be sort of the way we prove that it isn't as big of an issue as it could be. And it's just against these top teams where they are able to punish you just that much more.
Yeah, you're looking for just a quick, clean Game 2 from DCG. More of the same, especially if they give you such a strong early game comp. Just get a lead, get all the dragons, get all the Rift Heralds, Barons, close it out quick.
Yeah.
You know, don't really ever give them a chance.
And I think for Helpix, maybe I want to see Prage again. I mean, I said that before the games, right? But Prage has just looked like the stronger player in general, so I would like to see him again. I mean, again, this is another lane where we have Varus.
Yeah.
Pyke, obviously, I don't think you're really winning this lane ever, and Pyke sort of forces that, but God JJ losing lane very heavily again, and not entirely his fault, but
Yeah, it was a lot of unfortunate situations he found himself in, but they did look very different with Prage, and Prage definitely had a strong laning phase. So it might have been a different look with Prage in here, as 665 engages onto GodJJ here from a mile away, flash Renata ulti into Kalista ulti. Orca actually using the ulti to peel the Rel off his teammate.
Yeah, for sure. And then obviously Rel does eventually go down in that clip we just saw. Damage, no real surprise. Actually, it is a little surprising how much Xingbai did. Only just less than Tide on the Kalista. Obviously the 4 dragons, I mean, yeah, it was very, very difficult for them to play. I'm surprised as well, honestly, by 665's damage. Not often you see Vi so high in damage percentage for a team. So
I mean, he had a very active game. He was just running between just about every lane.
Yeah.
Got a gank off on everyone, including the Udyr, which you wouldn't really expect.
Yeah, well, that gank on Udyr was just a solo kill.
Yeah, it was just
just the Vi solo killing Udyr. That's
20% under tower, under
still
enemy
counts.
tower.
Yeah, still counts. But yeah, I mean, stats really spoke for themselves. Gonna have Tide almost wiping, but Taco does pick up the most damage taken. I think no real surprises. I think the trend we're seeing now is the champ that wants to go in first and has a little bit of sustain is pretty much always the champ that takes the most damage.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Nocturne's the exception. No real sustain on that champ. Has a little bit there on the passive, but yeah, key matchup.
Probably a lot of that was Taco just fighting.
Taco's MVP. I'm surprised. I would think I would give it to either Orca or 665. Those would have been my 2 picks because Orca obviously very crucial, the amount of times he was able to save his teammates. And then, of course, 665 really set up the entire game. Top, bot, mid, all for success.
I mean, now we're going to get to see the replays of Taco chasing GodJJ around, making him miserable, I guess. And you're going to see the power of this Aatrox pick. There is no point in turning around and hitting him.
No.
When he's on the ADC, it's dead.
It's run and hope someone can peel for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was the player of the game going to Taco. I mean,
I like
justifiably.
665.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe Renata.
I think, obviously, you look at kill participation. It wasn't that high. 665 certainly a lot higher. But the KDA, I mean, he played well. There's no denying that. He did a lot of damage, played well, found GodJJ every single fight. But I think a lot of the success that DCG were able to find was off the bat kind of 665. Now, this was really smart, turning into a ward.
Catches Corki with the E here.
Yeah, does. Looks for the immediate blow up.
Yeah.
Actually very impressed that somehow Xingbai gets that kill.
Taco shows up. Yeah, Corki is just so strong. And GodJJ, here's the Aatrox. I mean, there's nothing you can do. He tries to get a Q off on the rest of the fight because his Rel had landed a 4-man ulti, and he thought, I should help with that maybe.
Yeah.
Going down to the Aatrox anyway. Without Verisalt, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's the key thing, right? Your only peel for yourself if you're Varus is that ultimate, and really the rest is up for your team to try and keep that Aatrox off you, and they didn't really have the tools for that. They had a Corki. He's not going to do a lot to peel. Rel admittedly can, but it's not the easiest job because Rel also wants to be trying to group up the enemy team, so your Corki can find a lot of this AoE damage with that missile barrage, with a package when he has it. And so, yeah, very difficult team fights to play. And I think this is almost the theme of Hal picks thus far, is they get a lot of Varus picks, but the team comp doesn't really work that well around it. They've lost the lane, and the game just gets harder and harder. But game number 1, done and dusted, of course. We will be back after a short break for game number 2, so please do stick around.
'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, and your flames in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, and your flames in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, and your flames in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, and your flames in your barbed wire.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back ahead of game number 2 here between Hellpigs and, was it DCG? DCG, who absolutely demolished game number 1. I mean, there was an unfortunate event down bot lane, and honestly, maybe the game looks a little bit different when you come to... oh, you're frozen. When we come to the following game. But I'm not entirely sure if a whole lot can really change. Obviously, I didn't like the Pyke pick. I think the Pyke pick ultimately was not really it. But
yeah, it was looking like it could do something for a second there, but then once it fell behind, it was so useless.
Yeah.
It was absolutely useless. Varus was just left hanging in every team fight. With the Pyke standing next to him, it's just he can't do anything. And when you're behind as well, you're just never hitting the executes. You're against a Renata as well, who can deny the executes. So otherwise, I actually think the Helpix draft was really good.
Yeah.
I really liked it.
I think so too, outside of the Pyke. I don't know what Pyke ever really achieves against the Kalista Renata.
Yeah, if it's not winning the lane.
Yeah. Game number 2, Rengar will be banned once again. DCG now on the blue side. And we do have Helpix once again here on the red side. It is still God JJ that will be playing in game number 2. Orianna, the second ban, up against Xingbai.
Yeah, Rumble ban, probably an Ashe ban from DCG again. They'll be happy to pick up the Kalista, I imagine.
Yeah, I think drafts will pretty much remain the same. I mean, if you're Helpix, I think to win the game, you want to throw some curveballs here. So I'm going to ask you, what curveball would you like to see?
Maybe just pick away the Renata.
Okay. Just
play Renata Varus, that's fine.
Yeah, yeah, I could see it. Obviously, there are still things that Kalista can pair with. Notably, I mean, melee champions are.
Yeah, she doesn't hate having a Leona and Nautilus on her team.
Yeah.
But
Varus will once again be God JJ's pick of choice.
yeah, it's just the Renata Kalista
Will it?
is so strong early game, and then from ahead it's so oppressive. I like the Maokai. It helps you deal with the Kalista. And I like the Varus. It doesn't match up too badly into the Kalista, especially if you go Halo Blades.
For sure. Now, I mean, obviously, will be the Renata just locked in. If it's there, may as well take it.
Maybe Helpix will pick the Pyke again, thinking that without that disaster in the bottom lane, that, you know, the Pyke was really doing something.
Yeah. Yeah, the Pyke gets to play.
I don't hate the early lane phase from the Pyke Varus. It should be a very strong lane. But, I mean, identical draft for DCG so far.
Yeah, not the most surprising thing. Xingbai, obviously, now has his choice of what he wants to pick up. Likely to be a support, I'd have to assume.
I'd like to see the Corki, honestly.
Oh, yeah?
I think that was probably the only thing going for them.
Yeah, I agree.
That
there
last
you go.
game.
Yeah, you wanted it. It's been answered.
And then
Now-
maybe ban the Akali again.
Yeah, Akali. What was their other ban? It was a top laner, right? It was Darius.
Yeah, I don't know about the Darius.
Yeah, I don't know about the Darius either. I think it was against the Udyr. I'm not sure how well it does against Udyr or not.
Yeah.
I imagine it actually probably does fairly well. Bit of sustain and
bit of
true
a-
damage on the ult means that Udyr actually can't withstand it all that well.
Yeah.
Nico, though, will be the choice.
Nico makes sense. Was annoying to deal with in team fights for the Corki. And, yeah, Akali. As it was... What was it banned last time? Nocturne and another jungler? I mean, they do have a Maokai locked in, so I'm a bit suspicious of the jungle ban.
I think it actually was Nocturne Maokai.
Yeah.
Taking away Ral from the support, or I mean, also could be the jungler. Again, Maokai.
I mean, Maokai can flex into support, but the jungle bans still seem weird to me.
Yeah, I think maybe they're just thinking it will be the Maokai as support. I mean, obviously that's what they are thinking. Or they're trying to force this Maokai into the jungle, which I don't think Helpix are all that upset about.
Oh, I don't like this enthusiasm from Helpix. Yep, they've locked in the Pyke. The enthusiasm gave it away.
Oh no. Oh god.
And
Well, I mean, again, if that level 1 or level 3, I guess, didn't go as it did, maybe.
yeah, maybe it's a different game.
Oh my. Oh. Is this,
Okay.
by the way, has Chris Carter played Nico before last game, or are we
No.
are we still just?
He's still just picking a different champ every single game.
Yeah, Silas will be the first. He doesn't even have. I mean, obviously Maokai ult is really nice, and to be fair, Silas into Corki is a really really good matchup for Silas.
Yeah.
You have kill pressure pretty much continuously. Also, the Corki ult and how it scales with Silas's ult passive is really really strong. Your
Does he
ult-
get 8 shots?
He gets the full. He gets the full
Oh.
shots. Is it 8 or 7? Might
Oh.
be 8. I think you might be right.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but anyway, it scales really, really well. You end up doing a lot more damage than Corki himself in general. Now maybe that's different with the what is it?
Malignance.
Malignance and
Malignance
Eclipse.
Eclipse, yeah.
Because obviously just how those items interact and the immediate procs. But I don't know how it works exactly on this patch, but I know at least last year or ever since really this matchup existed, it was Silas that if he steals the Corki ults does a lot more. Admittedly, I do think there's going to be more Maokai ults stolen, and even Jack's ult's pretty good for the Silas. So
Yeah.
I don't know that we're going to see a whole lot of missile barrage on the Silas, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, his first choice will probably just be the Maokai ult. But
Yeah, of course, yeah.
he's got plenty of good ults, honestly. I'm
Sure.
surprised to see the Jax into the Aatrox. Maybe I'm getting my matchups the wrong way around, but I thought Aatrox was usually picked into the Jax.
I think in general, yes, but I also don't think it's incredibly one-sided in general. Obviously, early levels, Jax tends to win out, and then as the game progresses, you have kind of different jobs. You're not really ever interacting.
Yeah.
Sit in the side lane, push, teleport in.
Yeah.
Both of them looking for backline. We'll see if ICU is able to withstand Taco on the Aatrox. Game 1, I mean,
Yeah.
he withstood the lane, of course, but kind of just how
Yeah.
the map was. It was really easy for Taco to just find God JJ and look for kills constantly. And again, he has a very easy time to do that this game. Maokai can peel, but does Maokai want to be necessarily peeling, or does Maokai want to try and lock down this Callista?
I'm actually not sure. I would like to see a little more peel for our Corki if he gets as big as he did last game. You know, he wasn't super ahead or anything, but he got to his power spike as the Corki. And when he's that big, you don't need to look for big team fight, you know, combos. You can just protect him and he will, you know, run the enemy team off the map with rocket spam.
For sure. And here we are loaded onto map number 2 of our best of 3 series. Halpig still yet to claim themselves a game win. Certainly looking to turn that around. Can they do it up against DCG? Not so sure, but they're certainly going to try and prove us wrong. Halo Blades once again for Tide on this Callista, so likely to once again be that poke, I suppose. If it's not broke, why fix it?
Yeah, makes sense. Maybe a bit of a squishier team as well from Halpig, so making the lethality build a bit better on the Callista. And we'll see if they can make the Pyke work this time.
I do have my doubts.
Yeah.
Also, red side. They were gang prone last. Oh, this is not a good start. Oh, this is a really, really bad start. They got Tide's flash.
Yeah.
I think that was a little bit overzealous, but yeah. Varus losing flash, I think, is a little bit more impactful than the Callista.
Yeah, and they actually trade 2 flashes for 1, right?
Oh, that's true, yeah.
So I imagine that Kuzma is on his way bot lane ASAP. There's going to be down a bit of XP on his Varus.
Yeah, and I think Arding will too. I don't think he's going to be allowed to walk up and claim any of this XP.
Yeah, unless he hasn't skilled an ability yet, he maybe can.
Yeah, no, this is not XP that he's going to be claiming.
If he can put a point in W here, he could get this XP. But he might already have a point in
Yeah,
Q.
he might have actually been close enough there with just this wave being pushed a little fast. Cascada, though, ooh, he looked aggressively, and I imagine what happened was the chains did not connect onto Xingbai and was able to return a lot of damage.
Yeah. So this lane might be really hard for the Maokai to gank because Hellpigs are going to have to sit under their tower now, let the wave crash into their tower, and it's going to bounce back towards DCG's bot lane, and they can then maybe freeze it, or by the time Maokai gets here, the wave is going to be on DCG's side of the map, and it's a bit harder to gank the blue side than it is the red side, especially when the wave is, you know, at their tower.
Whilst definitely true, 665 made it look not so true last game, and
Yeah.
and Maokai, much like the Vi, is a champion that can absolutely look for tower dives. Obviously has that ability to reset aggro on these towers, so
Yeah. Might not even get to safely clear his camps if 665 decides to walk over, but isn't going to come invade.
now mid lane, pretty static.
Yeah. I wonder if Xingbai will go for a Hex Drinker. You see it sometimes against the likes of
Handshake
Syndra.
lands. Got JJ receiving the majority of that poke, and through comes, oh, so much damage.
Yeah, you hate to see that land the hook and lose the trade.
I'm not even awfully surprised.
Yeah.
Handshake connects.
It's just, he has a level down on the Varus. Varus, level 3 is a very big spike for Varus.
Kaz was down here, but Soul 665, we might be having a 3v3 heal.
Yeah.
Going to be used nice and early from God JJ to make sure no follow-up can be sort of used here onto Arding's Pyke.
Yeah. Kuzma might fight him for this Scuttle. I don't think he can do that for long, though, as his bot lane, as the Callista Renata are going to be up here much sooner. Bit of prio for Taco. He is down a little HP though. Though ICU snuck in a recall somewhere.
He did, and I think that's just off the pressure. Jack's pushing in levels 1 to 3 in general and found himself a way to get back. Arding, the handshake
My God.
means that the Vault Breaker will not connect, but it is going to be ultimately first blood picked up. It's going to be answered back. Arding picking himself up a kill too. Cleanse used to get rid of that ignite as Tide tries to walk himself out of any danger from this tower.
Wow.
Does manage to do
Massive
so.
wave.
It is a big, big wave. So definitely going to be DCG, the benefactors, unless Arding's able to find his hook. Flash, and oh my God, but the flash is followed up. Twisted advance. Arding, though, you have to be careful. Tide is trying to find himself some more damage. Won't be able to do so. Kazma picks himself up that solo kill there. On to the support of DCG.
I can't believe this still worked after this Vi Q. He flashes over. I'm not sure what he was cooking with the flash there. He probably could have just used his Q. He does go down for it. Unfortunately, Varus not getting the kill and missing out on a massive wave means that it's still going to be very beneficial for DCG.
Yeah. I mean, you're seeing the CS difference between the AD carries now. Serrated Dirt completed.
Oh, Jax has no flash. They traded flashes top lane.
Oh, okay.
And his wave is pushing away from him with a Vi here.
Vi's just going to start the Void Grubs for now. And Maokai's in the area, so if Kazma wanders on over, then maybe it's not so certain. 6-5 choosing to just pick up one of these Void Grubs for now, as Kazma's going to show. Level 6 now hit from ICU.
They might be able to contest the grubs. Silas is here first, though.
Yeah, it does have 6 as well, and Kazma clearly doesn't, so Maokai ult advantage for DCG. Cascada's found himself the perfect way round. Gets that Maokai ult, through comes this Nature's Grasp. It should connect here, at least onto the Maokai. It certainly does. Twisted Advance should be available, but it's not going to be able to use it, as Cascada claims himself his first of the game.
Yeah, no flash on the Maokai there, man. With a really nice flank from Cascada, manages to find his way behind the Maokai Jax, who, you know, we're really only ever worried about the Vi showing up, and she's level 5. It's not too scary. They can always get out there. But Cascada finds a great roam.
Yeah, and what a perfect timing, right? Because we said, obviously, the Maokai ult, very, very impactful in fights and skirmishes, wherever.
Yeah.
But Cascada's level 6 before Kazma is, and so if you're able to find that Maokai, take his ult, then you just have that super impactful ult before Halpigs get access to it. And so I think they found a perfect timing there, utilized that window, and I mean, to perfection.
Yeah. And CS in the bot lane, 20 CS down on the Varus, looking pretty rough. He does have a big wave coming into him. So he should be able to just sit under his tower and catch this, assuming Vi isn't going to be diving him again, which might not be a good assumption to make.
Yeah, 65 on the bottom side of the map. Cascada trading very heavily with Xingbai.
No, that's not cool.
Yeah, I think Cascada is the one that has more kill pressure right now.
Yeah.
Obviously.
No mana on the Corki.
Yeah, and health does come back from that Kingslayer.
Yeah. Bright side for Hellpigs was that it wasn't ICU that went down on that top play. It was just the Maokai. So he stayed pretty even in this lane, and so much for this wave, though. Maokai is here, but level 6 on the Vi. Actually doesn't pull the trigger.
Yeah, but just zoning away is enough. Does pull the trigger now. Flash forward, handshake connects, and Tide going to find the damage. Hook does connect onto 65, but he's able to just walk out of that tower range as Kazma was not close enough to land that twisted advance for the lockdown.
Yeah. And
this is just the one for Zero. GodJJ yet again going down. Arding, though, being looked at. Tide finding so much damage.
And I think Kazma just had maybe suboptimal pathing there. I think once they saw him wrapping around where the Gromp was, they saw him on top of their pink, and they knew they could just commit immediately onto Varus, and he's just caught, you know, with his pants down, essentially, having to walk around. If he was closer to his bot lane, they might be able to trade a kill back. It is against a Renata anyway, so that kill isn't always really traded back.
Yeah, and the CS is a bit of a disaster.
Just don't look at the bot lane CS. Don't look at the bot lane levels either.
Yeah, currently we have Tide with more CS than GodJJ has tier stacks. So that should tell you a little bit about how this is going.
Unfortunate when Corki lane's going great, on the other hand.
Yeah.
He's loving life. Getting his tier stacks, getting his cull stacks. He's up a little CS.
Oh, God, JJ. This is really scary. Okay, DCG opt to allow God JJ to have a few of these minions as Tide it turns around, hits the dragon a couple times. 65 is going to clean that one up for himself and the team. First dragon on the board now for DCG as they completely...
Nice early Roa for Cascada.
Yeah, no.
9
DCG
minutes.
very much running away with this already. Find themselves with a 2k lead. A lot of that stemming, of course, from the kills, but the CS that we see bot lane.
Taco might be looking for something. No, just decides to get out. In another game, Taco maybe goes for that play, but it would be criminal to go for a marginal play here when the rest of the map is going the way it is. You
Yeah,
just
for sure.
don't, you don't need to look for that.
Yeah, and Kazma, he is looking for opportunities for himself, though. As Taco aware there could be this Maokai lurking about. Nature's Grasp available. World Ender is also available as well as Flash, so Taco has the opportunity to try out play. I don't know how successful it will be. Kazma's turning back around. Nature's
he's
Grasp
just
comes
dead, I
out.
think.
He's trying to clear this minion wave. He's used all of his Qs, so with that, he is just going to be going down. It is Kazma who tanks the tower, procs that phase rush and runs on out.
Yeah,
So
Taco had a suspicion. I don't think Maokai walked over any vision, but he just had some idea. Engage mid.
yeah, engage action through. Hostile takeover as Xingbai starts wailing away at Arding. 65 stunned out under tower, but will be able to get away.
That was some nice peel from Arding to save the Corki there. He lands a stun onto the Vi and maybe the Silas. After the Vi ult comes out, I thought Corki was going down for sure there.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, just letting as many minions die as possible to the tower, Tide is. And then grabbing first tower at 11 minutes.
Yeah, Yomu's completed to just the Dirk tier. And obviously a lot of gold would have just gone over to Tide. You see him there sitting comfortably at the top of the scoreboard.
He
65 on the Vi even. Higher than anyone on the side of Hellpigs.
Yeah, he has almost double of God JJ's gold.
God JJ actually only 100 gold above the support. Now, admittedly, it was Arding who picked himself up a kill.
Yeah,
But
and honestly a lot of waves. By himself while God JJ was dead.
yeah. Now, I believe that was 6 Void Grubs picked up
Yeah,
here
I
for
think so.
DCG. So they're feeling so good in this game.
Yep. All the same things that were true last game are true this game. Like Hellpigs, they have good wave clear, they have good scaling, their comp doesn't do that badly in a 5v5, but all of that just breaks when you're this far behind. When you just don't have the items.
Oh, they might be looking for a dive. Arding is here. Nature's Grass coming out.
might be
Cascada
difficult.
grabs a Nature's Grass for himself as Shengbai is going to have to Valkyrie out of there as he was tanking up the tower, and so...
Yeah.
And now, I don't think Cascada's done. Going to force out Kazma's flash. There is no tower, of course, as Fate's Call going to be used. It's not going to land, but Orca does land with that slow. Handshake will be able to come out. Doesn't even need it. Kazma's going to sacrifice himself to ensure this Corki will keep on living.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw last game, Hellpigs all just running away, and I think it was a good call by Kazma there to just run it in, distract the enemy team, and let your teammates get away. Hook lands onto the Gromp, and I don't think at this point, even if you're landing hooks, it's going to do very much on the Pike.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it will. Now, admittedly, a lot less deaths on the Pike this game, but
Yeah.
it has been at the detriment of God JJ.
Yeah.
He's found himself in an exceedingly hard position.
Oh, -1 for ICU on the cannon there. And I think that plate went down and Taco didn't get it.
Yeah, you take the small ones.
Yeah. Actually,
Oh my!
seeing the lethality Q max Kaisa there. I mean, almost doing 50% off of 1 QE.
All right, things are out of control.
Yeah, I mean,
Arding-
ICU's ahead, and he's got a Triforce versus a Tiamat. Should be much stronger than this Aatrox right now.
Yeah, we did see top laners carry yesterday.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Jack's definitely a champ that can take over a game once he gets his items, he becomes incredibly tanky.
And very difficult for the carries of DCG to deal with as well.
Yeah.
Callista, Silas, a lot of their damage comes from auto-attacking, and
Yeah.
Jack's one of the best in the game at dodging out of those auto-attacks, maybe alongside things like Timo and even Rammus.
Yeah,
in
Chris
different
even
ways.
leaning into an auto attack build with the Lich Bane.
Yeah. World of Ages, of course, the first item, and it's not quite as quick as last game, I don't believe, but still, I mean, very timely. It's going to have that nice and quick. Actually, it's got 5 stacks. This was an
It was
exceedingly
a 9 minute.
fast.
It was
Yeah.
like 9 minute 20.
Yeah, sorry, I
Very
didn't see the
fast
5
roll.
stacks. This is an exceedingly fast one. I take back everything I said.
Yeah, picked himself up a kill early game along with his first strike. Meant he could pick up a really early Roa. It's going to be very difficult for Hellpigs to kill, but you know, Corki's a monster late game.
All right, Lo, tell me your thoughts on the Pike. Are you happy as a Pike, or would you have preferred to see my suggestion, the Nautilus? Oh, hold up.
Oh god, JJ.
Oh, dearie me.
He's just been left, you know, stranded in the middle lane as they kind of looked for a play onto the Aatrox. Maybe I want to see this Pike with not a utility jungle. Maybe I want to see it with like a Xin
Oh.
or the Vi on your team.
And just
'Cause it
start
feels
getting
like
crazy.
Because it feels like sometimes that's a kill on the Aatrox if you have like a Xin or a Vi, but instead it's a Maokai and a Pike showing up to dive an Aatrox, and you saw it bot lane too, especially with a Corki as well. You just don't have the sustained damage to convert kills
Okay.
with the Maokai Pike.
I think your team comp suffers a lot, though, in general.
Yeah. I mean, you can't be too worried about comp with the Pike in the first place, though.
Yeah, actually, that's a very valid thing.
You already ruined, you know, you already kind of ruined your comp with a Pike pick.
Made for a unique viewing experience, though, that's for sure.
Yeah.
We don't always get to see Pikes, and when we do, I kind of wish I didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling like God JJ wishes he didn't.
He fist bumped it. He was
He was
hyped.
celebrating. He deserves
Yeah.
this, I guess. He was facilitating. He was enabling.
Yes, I mean, we're at the point of the game, really, like almost 7k gold, 6 at the moment, but
Yeah, they might be more behind
yeah.
than last game.
Now, admittedly, the Dragon's slightly slower, so the game might go for a little bit longer, but I don't think there's a whole lot left in the tank, ultimately.
I mean, same plan as last game, though. Stole for your Corki.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there is just the Vi again, and 665 found Shengbai as he gets pretty decent chunk onto him. No dragon or anything up, so it's not going to be very significant.
Yeah, I mean, already, early on in the game, Gold JJ down an entire item. No surprises, but
Yeah.
you're just never competing in terms of damage in these fights right now. Your Corki really needs to get to that 3-item spike, but even then, I think...
Yeah, I see you quietly having a decent game, too. He might be able to wake up this game and find himself some kills.
Yeah, here we go. This is exactly what we're talking about, waking up the game. Taka going to use that World Ender, trying to get the movement speed. I see you. All he needs is one more leap strike. Oh, not going to find it.
Okay. All right. Nice flash on the Aatrox Q3 and ends up just trading flashes, but he's looking pretty strong in this lane.
Oh.
That was the Rift Herald escape.
Oh, I don't know if he meant to do that.
I don't think that was intentional.
That was a Vestian Rift Herald right there. That's all right.
Maybe he was trying to drive it around to bot tier 2, because you can do that as well.
Yeah, that's a narrow path, though.
It's an advanced maneuver.
Yeah, no, you're definitely on something more than your full license for that one.
Yeah, forklift.
Yeah, probably the forklift.
Dragon up in a minute and a half. I can't imagine Hellpigs really contesting it. I think you are just clearing waves until the 4th dragon comes up. I mean, maybe you can look for some miracle pick and you get the dragon, but the fight would have to go so ridiculously well. I don't think they can even contest 4v5.
Oh,
as
it's not going to be 4v5. At best, it's going to be a 4v4.
wow, he vanished.
Yeah, there goes God JJ.
He went down to like 80% and then disappeared.
That's 665 just drew the forklift into him, and
Yeah.
there she goes. I mean, ICU is going to... honestly, at this point in the game, it feels like Jax needs a real weapon.
Yeah.
65 now. He's not hesitating to stand in between these
This might be
waves.
too much.
Yeah, it could be. ICU's fairly untouched, and he's very, very strong. He's finding a lot of damage, but on the backside, it will be Arden going down. Are we going to see Chris Gardner? No, we are not. It's going to be the revive. That's a third kill in the fight already found as God JJ does respawn now, but with health bars still fairly high for 665 and damage very, very low for the side of Halpigs. Tide will flash forward. Fate's Call will not land as Xingbai does have to use his Valkyrie, which is not much of a commitment considering.
Yeah, considering it's a flash out. I thought because DCG used the flash Vi ult in the mid lane, that it might just be a bit of an overstep to go between these towers. And I think a few Corki rockets missed during that fight that could have maybe really swung that fight.
Oh, Arding, he gets handshaked. Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
Package. Taco might be going down. Oh my god,
There it
land.
is.
There we are. Does connect. ICU teleporting in. It feels a little bit too late. Maybe they can look for this Baron, but I mean, ultimately, Taco, not the most impactful player on the map right now.
So the engage starts out onto a Maokai, and I mean, Corki is just free hitting. He's actually just out of rockets at the beginning of the fight, though. So it's kind of rough. He gets a big rocket here, and he misses it just on Cascada. Probably doesn't even swing the fight, but he picks up a kill.
Does he?
does
Maybe
hit it.
Cascada just revives anyway.
Yeah, maybe.
Anyway, Dragon actually looked at
I
here
mean,
from
they should get
Halpix.
this.
This is going to be a steal. It's going to be a smite fight, and it's going to be 665. He also then just uses that cease and desist. Down goes Xingbai, down goes God JJ, down goes ICU, and down goes Kazma. It's only Arding on this Pike left. There is so much damage alive here for the side of DCG. Options for Baron, options for Inhibs. They're looking to take both.
665 just jumps into the pit, smites away the dragon, kills the Corki, kills the Varus. All in a day's work.
Yeah, he's just putting an honest shift in the jungle.
Yeah.
Usually it's the top lane that's putting in the honest shift, but
Yeah. Yeah, DCG are going to get the Baron, get mid, get bot. I wonder how well they actually do this Baron with a lethality Kaisa.
oh, not very, but
It might be
certainly
kinda rough.
when it's uncontested, it's going to be fine. You also,
Okay,
yeah, yeah, no, you're good as gold. I mean, this really was a case of getting your cake and eating it too. You got mid tower, mid inhib maybe with this Baron minions should go down, or
It's not going down.
maybe Cascada has stayed a little bit too long. Teams are coming. Pycon will not connect. But on the other side, it will be Arding who does connect with his one, and that's going to be 2 important kill worth of gold and a shutdown onto Xingbai.
And we're just watching. This is the 665 show. He, through all the CC and disruption, he manages to get the smite, ults onto the Corki, one taps that guy, gets onto the Varus, kills that guy. His team's cleaning up the rest. And I don't think they even lost a member.
They did not. Taco was actually pretty much dead at the start of that. He teleported into bot, but then realized fight's over, pushes
Yeah.
bot. Now, I don't know what we're fighting for here, but we're fighting. Orca's going to get hooked.
Okay.
Orca's going to be going down. Is going to be picked up there. It's Kazma who picks that one up. But Taco's here now. World Ender going to be used. God JJ, we've seen this before. He's going to get out. It's going to be the cease and desist used onto Arding. Teleport now coming through for Cascada as well. God JJ eventually will get found as Taco gets himself a reset. Continues on forward. Xingbai now. It's going to be the contest of these missile barrages.
Dodgeball game.
Oh,
he hit one.
Yeah, he hit one. The dodgeball game. If you can dodge a Corki ult, there's something to do with that dodgeball movie reference in here.
Dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Something
Yeah,
like that.
but this time it's a Corki ult. Who knows? Oh, connects on that one.
Honestly, these Callistics are...
Oh
ooh.
my god, that was a good try. Xingbai is able to react in time. Valkyrie's out. 665 actually might be going down, but Taco is going to do his best to save his jungler's life. Cascada now looking for another kill. Is going to be eventually picked up from that Callista QE. Kazma now, he's getting low. There's a lot of CC going on. There's a whole lot of damage going on. Not a whole lot of dying, except for that Nexus. It's going to be DCG picking up the 2-0. Both games looking fairly clean.
Yeah, we said we wanted a decisive game out of DCG, and we got kind of a run-back draft and an even more decisive win. It was not a fluke the first game.
No, I didn't suspect it was, but
Yeah. good to be sure.
Yeah, it's good that DCG cemented it. Again, we've seen them falter in the past, but I think this was an extremely clean series. I mean, not much faults you can really say towards anyone. Admittedly, they did have Taco get dove top, and maybe he needed to play more respectfully. He had an inkling that there was a Maokai there, but still chose to go back to his way. It went down, but I think that was really the only thing. Maybe a bit of limit testing, but I think that's ultimately when you're so far ahead, as long as you're not going too bonkers with it, it's not the worst. And honestly, sometimes it can help because it shows you in later games when it's more impactful when you can end a game and when you need to back off.
Yeah, and you allow a death weak side for Taco.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, weak side, I guess.
Especially when
Maokai wasn't there much.
That weak side death led to God JJ dying like 3 times, losing about 50 minions to tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was... I mean, I don't even want to say bot gap. They had no opportunity to play that game. 665 was straight there.
That's why I don't want to, you know, put down the pike pick too hard, because it felt like it just never even got a chance to do anything in the game.
But what if you had a Nautilus when you were getting tower dove?
Yeah, you probably...
Or an Alistair?
Yeah.
Or Leona?
Yeah.
Or any other melee support?
Yeah, I think you're just not expecting to get dived.
Are you not? It happened game 1. What do you think did happen game 2? The exact same 3 champions. I mean, you have to expect it's coming again, but...
And I think Kuzma did kind of see it coming, and he knew to play around the bot lane, but I think 665 was just a little bit more decisive and a little bit more committed. It didn't always look pretty on the plays on the bot, but he had the right idea of what he should be doing. Yeah. So even though the execution wasn't there, it just worked because he was in the right place at the right time.
For sure. And I think what some of that can come down to is one team has practiced exactly this. They've obviously, you expect DCG have tried this sort of idea out in scrims.
Yeah.
They've made it work. It's been successful, so now they're bringing it to the stage.
Yeah.
Whereas Halpigs maybe haven't seen exactly what's happened here, so Kazma's just trying to run with it and do what he can to be there for these Vi dives.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's 5-10 seconds too late. Maybe he's gone the wrong way.
Yeah.
And that is really what made the big difference there, because obviously that one time where he was at the Gromp and 665 sees the Maokai, realizes he's nowhere near contesting, just dives under that second tier tower.
Yeah. Sometimes the hardest thing to do as a jungler is to just go stand next to the laner you're protecting.
Yeah.
Sometimes you want to get fancy with it or tricky with it and like maybe see if you can get them to overcommit on your lane, but if your job is to protect your lane, sometimes you just need to go stand next to them and deter the dive altogether.
For sure. And, I mean, that's something that you can learn, I think, if you're Halpigs. And honestly, DCG, I think this is a really good showing. And it will put some fear into other teams' bot lanes, right? Because now you're aware that, wow, this team can pick up some very aggressive laners, a jungler that can gank, and they are not afraid to just pull the trigger in bot lane. And you're not safe picking things like the Varus unless you can find a good support to pair with him to keep him safe sort of under those towers, making sure he's able to get that CS. Now, ultimately, the 2v2 was just one here for the side of DCG, obviously getting out Varus's flash level 1. They lost both of theirs, but Callista, you don't mind as much not having that flash. Renata, I mean, in general, if they're going for Renata, maybe they can get the kill, but as long as she's not getting hit by the pike hook, she should feel fairly safe herself as well.
I mean, you saw pike hooks landing and trades still being lost just because Varus was down so much XP from... It's because they didn't just get his flash. They actually forced him back. They got a big chunk onto him. As we're going to see a replay of this dive on the top tier 2. And it's actually just an engage from the Maokai. He maybe could have played it a little bit slower, but... I mean, yeah, Corki just has no rockets this fight. It's too hard to do anything. And they're so ahead. I thought that might just be an overcommit, but no, they just have too much money at that point in the game.
Oh my, look at the gold. That's almost 20k.
Yeah.
That is an insane gold difference.
Yeah.
And no towers, no dragons, I believe no void grubs picked up here for Halpig. So really we're just losing across the map. Admittedly, ICU was winning or even with Taco, the dive obviously helping him out, which put him possibly slightly ahead. But in general, I mean, Taco played weak side. He didn't die, you know, that much. He died once to a big commitment out of Halpigs, and I think it's fine ultimately. Of course, when your Callista is getting that fed, when Silas is running around the map doing whatever he wants, and that's an important note too, obviously, is level 4 Kazma in the river gets flanked on by Cascada, who's level 6, takes that Nature's Grasp and claims himself a free kill top.
Yeah, in general, maybe Corki isn't the pick with the pike because you kind of want a priority mid. You don't want your mid sitting under tower and letting the enemy mid run all over the map
Yeah.
if you're planning to snowball with the Pyke. I think it was just a pick champ in a poke comp, and it didn't really, work out.
I think also importantly that you see the Silas and the Pyke is also another really, really good Silas
he
ult
had
because
all good ults.
Yeah. The Pyke ult is similar to the Corki where because the AD scaling on the Pyke ult, it goes over to Silas and it then scales off AP. Your Pyke ult actually executes from a higher threshold than the Pyke, and you're also a higher level, so it automatically does that way as well.
Yeah.
And so ultimately, I mean, taking the Maokai ult feels good, taking the Pyke ult feels good, Corki ult feels good, Jax ult feels good. Even the Varus ult can feel good. I think it's the weakest of all of them because you don't really have the same synergy where you stack up the Blight and find a massive poke of damage.
Not bad either, but
yeah, the lockdown's good.
We're going to see 665 get POG deserved.
I think he deserved it both games in fairness, but definitely this game. I mean, really started all off. Got the smite steal here.
For this play. And the early game plays.
Yeah, I think the early game plays were probably the most impactful. I mean, at this stage, they were just so far ahead. Any fight they take, they'll win.
Nice by him to leave the Corki there for his team, knowing they don't need his damage to finish the Corki off and make sure they pick up an extra kill onto the Varus. And exactly what we wanted to see out of DCG.
Yeah, absolutely. And exactly what we're going to see out of Cascada, just picking a different champion every game. I think he did repeat pick one champ, if I'm not mistaken.
I can't remember which champ it was, though. It wasn't Azir.
No, it hasn't been Azir twice. Oh, I don't remember. But the guy is like, goes into a different game, he's like, all right, clicks mid, clicks random. This is my champ this game.
Yeah.
It's honestly impressive, though. I mean, again, he role swapped.
He's a role swap.
Yeah, role swapped from AD carry. He's gone mid. He's played Kai'Sa, which is the AD carry. Of course, he picked up mid. I think the only bad game he's truly had was the LeBlanc game from the game 3 against BYG. I think that was the only game that he played noticeably bad in. And again, I mean, LeBlanc has just looked bad anyway in the PCS.
Pretty much everyone's looked bad on the LB, especially when they go for the AD LB. It just hasn't looked very useful. Maybe we're just using it wrong in the PCS. We're not taking fights slow enough. We're not using its split push pressure and its wave clear. But yeah, we'll go into an interview.
Yeah, all right, we are going to go to an interview with Patty now. It is going to be with Taco, so please do enjoy. And when we're back from our break, we will have series number 2 for you.
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。今天来到赛后采访的是 DCG 的上路选手 Taco， 请 Taco 先跟观众打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 DCG 的上路 Taco。
Congratulations for winning against your old team today. How do you feel about the game you just played? 恭喜你赢下今天与老东家的比赛。整体看来，你觉得自己打得如何？
我觉得我玩的还好，但是我队友蛮强的，在杀猪。对，没错。
I think I played okay, but my teammates played very well. We are killing the picks today. So the Profane Hydra Aatrox looks very OP this week. It has 5 congruent wins so far. How do you rate this champion in this patch? 毒神九头蛇厄萨斯在这周的表现非常的 OP， 目前已经5连胜了。你怎么看待这支英雄在这个版本的表现？
我觉得这角色还都蛮强的，但是就是还有在吃到装备红利嘛，就会在更强，对，就会变 T0的英雄。对
I think Aatrox is a good champion, but adding on to that, the item Profane Hydra actually adds on to the champion and make this champion an OP champion in this patch. In the new PCS format, whether you can make it to the top 4 teams is in the first round is very important, matters a lot. What do you think DCG needs to improve on to be competitive? 今年 PCS 新赛制中，能不能在第一阶段排名前4，差别非常大。你觉得要竞争前4的位置 ，DCG 现在最需要进步的是什么？
觉得都蛮好的，就是可能之后还要再看看。对，因为我们要看我们打野的状态。对，他有时候很强，真的很强。
I think our team is in a good condition right now, so it really depends on like how our team improve over the season. And our jungle is actually a really good player, so it depends on our jungle sometimes. You changed from HPS to DCG this year. How do you think you fit into DCG so far? Today you played against your old team and won. Do you have anything you want to say to them? 你从 HPS 转到 DCG 磨合的如何？
今天对上你的老东家 HPS， 与他们对战获胜，你有什么话想要对他们说的吗？
对 HPS 就希望他们应该是还可以再拿下一胜的。对，就是没有不止一胜，希望可以接下来都会赢。对。
What I want to say to HPS is I think they can win more than one game in this season, so I really hope they can win more games. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for the win today. 再一次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢 Taco 选手来到今天的赛后采访环节。我们先进广告，再回来是 CFO 与 JT 的精彩对决。
Drawing to a conclusion. It's a final lie. No turning back. Erasing all the confusion. We can't pretend. No time for goodbyes. So look in my eyes. I hope that we can still be friends, but this is where the story ends. This is where the story ends. This is where the story ends. Don't know how to comprehend. It's something that we can't prevent. Been waiting for it to happen. Didn't think it would come. Nowhere to run. The sky begins to blacken. You had your fun. There's no time to change it, no time to change it. I hope that we can still be friends. But this is where the story ends. 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 Don't know how to comprehend. It's something that we can't prevent. much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, tears in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah.
What I believe in, I just do. You say you love me, but is it true? You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the person I do. Oh, it just feels so good. Oh, it just feels so good. You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the person I do. Oh, it just feels so good. I've been dreaming, I've been stuck since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. I've been dreaming. I've been dreaming. I've been stuck. Looking at the ceiling. Looking at the ceiling. I've been stuck. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. This is wonderful, wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. I didn't think that I would see the light, but now I'm looking at a starry night. It's shining bright. I used to think I was the only one. of the ritual. Only few will make it out alive. It's gonna be you and
Electric.
dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Behind these walls, the truth Dangerous games.
It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday. Let go. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday. Let go. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday. Let go. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. But my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back after our extended break. We're now getting ready for our second series of the night between CFO and J-Team. And now, I mean, looking at these two teams, of course, CFO, the heavy favorites in this one. They did falter once early on in the split against BYG, but since then, really bouncing back, looking very strong. And J-Team, well, not looking so strong at all, looking rather weak, even, I'd say.
Yeah, a bit disjointed and a really rough start for J-Team. And you can't even really fault CFO for going down to Beyond so early in the season. It was their very first game, and Beyond are looking like a good team anyway. They're second place right now, so you know, you can't fault them too much. They took it to 3, made every game close. J-Team, on the other hand, like we said, really rough start, looking to bounce back I believe they have some substitutes today.
Yep, they do. They have in their jungle. Kongyue won't be playing today. It will be So Cool, I think. And we did have word about the side select. Sorry, the 1v1. It's going to be Rest up against Lakai. On your screen here, of course, is those two. I think so far one of the most interesting strategies was actually Rest on the Tryndamere. He built full tank into Rallia's Lucian, and then eventually just it came down to the absolute wire during sudden death, and he manages to narrowly pick up the win. It was insane. Was it Random's Frozen Heart? I can't remember. One of the two items. And yeah, just eventually got it done. It was quite the game.
Yeah, a lot of unexpected picks. You don't expect to see the full tank Tryndamere.
No.
Or the full tank Cassio.
Yeah, no, the Cassio's banned this time, so Nidalee, all right. Zach, Kalista.
Kalista, a great 1v1 champ.
Oh my, we're going to see our second Thomas. First one did go down in spectacular fashion.
Yeah.
Cleanse on Rest, so, I mean, I don't believe you can cleanse the ult, but you can cleanse the tongue lash, and maybe that's his.
Yeah, you can cleanse the stun obviously, but you can also just cleanse the slow, just to keep hitting, keep moving around, kiting the Tom.
Yeah.
I imagine this has to be very Kalista favored.
You would think so. Lakai, he's a bit late to lane, so he does lose that bush control, but I don't think he's too concerned about that. Ultimately, this wave will be pushed towards him. Rest will have priority over it. It is lethal tempo as well. I think we expect that, of course.
Yeah. Kalista not as safe as the Ezreal. If you do get onto her as the Tom, you know, she's kind of stuck. Maybe that is why he took the cleanse.
And the flash.
Yeah. Yeah, more of the same from last game.
Even the Scorch on Kalista.
Oh. I wonder if maybe J-Team were practicing with DCG or something in the 1v1.
Maybe. Okay, I mean, not so surprising, the current state of affairs is...
Yeah, Kalista's always going to get shoved.
Yeah. And Tom's autonomy really starts to show its head at level 6 where you can really look for that Devour, yeah.
Kalista's not going to do as much damage to the tower as Ezreal, but it's going to have a lot more pressure on actually killing the Tom.
For sure. This is an absolutely humongous wave that's been built up, though.
Yeah. Probably just going to translate to a good bit of tower damage.
Yeah, this is a huge wave. I mean, this is going very similar to the Ezreal game. I wonder if we're going to see a similar end where it's just the flash forward, look for tower. I mean, there's 2 plates already going down.
Yeah. Same as the Ezreal game. He's going to take about half HP off this tower on the first wave, and it just puts Tom in such a difficult spot now.
Yeah, you're really having to force out something.
Yeah.
Obviously, we saw Taco pick up 1 kill, almost 2, but...
Yeah. Yeah, very close to 2.
Yeah, Ezreal's barrier really being the difference maker.
Yeah, not the usual barrier ignite on the range champ.
Oh, Tongue Lash connects. Abyssal Voyage will also...
Uh-oh.
Rest is in trouble. Devour comes through. That's Ghost. You're going under that tower.
Kill, yeah.
Flash does come out, though. Okay.
Oh, nice flash. I thought he was dead for sure, but yeah, flash is out. Got to be careful now. If he gets hit by another Voyage, he's definitely going down, so he decides to just back.
Makes a lot of sense. He will be going for Blade of the Ruined King, you have to suspect.
Yeah. Surprised he didn't just start Zerker Greaves or something.
Yeah, or even just... I mean, I think Blade of the Ruined King's the most important item. Maybe you just start Vamp. Oh, okay. I mean...
I'm not sure about that. I reckon Zerker Greaves are just so good on Kalista.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, the passive works basically based on your movement speed. You get a further dash with your auto attacks, and so obviously the attack speed means you have more uptime on those dashes as well.
Yeah. No Anathema's finished yet for the Tom. Nice little bit of poke by Rest. Very hard to land the tongue lash onto this Kalista.
It is. But it's not easy for Resh to find damage immediately. I mean, a lot of his damage is just coming through from Q poke into the Rend. He will be able to dodge out of this Abyssal Voyage, but smartly, Lakai actually places it into the bush, so
yeah,
not going to be able to receive any damage back. I wonder if Resh could have put down a Ghoul.
Oh. He might not even have a point in it.
Yeah, I doubt he does, but you know, it's some tech that maybe he could have been thinking of. Alright, Abyssal Voyage comes out again. Tongue Lash will not be landing. It's so incredibly hard to land that Tongue Lash.
Yep. Another plate goes over to rest.
Yeah, so half health now for this tower.
Takes a tower shot because of his Scorch. Well, able to heal that back up with his potion.
Okay, another wave will be crashing. It's not easy for him to find hits onto the tower, of course. As you said, doesn't have the same threat of the tower that Ezreal does.
Yeah. Ezreal's just able to burst the tower with like a W and an auto, but
yeah.
And Kalista has to just hit it.
Yeah, and Kallista's autos also do 90% damage.
Doing plenty of damage to the Tahm Kench though.
Yeah, a lot of poke coming through.
I want them to click on the Kalista just so we can see what she's maxing. I wonder if it's Q.
Oh.
That is going to be his tower dead. Oh, maybe Kalista can't shove this in time. I think we'll see here if she's Q max. Yeah, that's got to be Q max. She's one-shotting backline.
Yeah.
Doesn't go for the tower.
Yeah,
I really think
interesting. I think you could have got a few autos. You're not scared of Tahm taking your tower.
I think he straight up kills it.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's a little bit too close to call. Wit's End is the pickup. But oh. Yeah, no, it is. Okay. And a dagger. I do think he probably could have at least... Well, maybe he would have had the damage, actually. That is a very low tower.
Yeah.
Makai not even able to heal to full. I think Resh should handily have this one in the bag.
Yeah.
And we are seeing a very, very diverse meta now sort of forming in these 1v1s.
Yeah.
All of a sudden this week, we just see a bunch of tower kills. I think teams are actually starting to really work out what works in these 1v1s.
Yeah.
Hopefully they bring them to internationals so PCS have the upper hand.
Yeah. Yeah, way ahead on the strats.
I mean, Rich is fine as long as he doesn't get hit by Tongue Lash. And he won't. He's not even looking for tower autos. Maybe he just wants to prove a point.
He's got his lethal tempo fully stacked. There's Lakai trying. He has to try something.
Yeah, this is really bad.
The guy's just dead. And I imagine this is how he felt it would go from the moment he saw the champion his opponent had locked in.
Yeah.
Rest picks up the win. Gonna get his team side selection.
Very, very handedly. There he is on your screen. The victor of our Kalista versus Tahm. I think no real surprises.
They go with the blue side. No surprises there either.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we'll get to see the team on this week that J-Team are fielding, or at least for today.
Yeah.
Lakai, of course, there on your screens, will be once again the top laner. And I think that's important because he really was the only guy that was carrying against Hellpigs. And that is cause for concern for sure. There on your screen, though, is CFO. No surprises.
What a lineup.
Yeah. Some big names.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think star performer thus far, though, Shun, who was on there last split. Always has been a very good AD carry, and I think with even stronger pieces around him has just looked that much stronger. Now, importantly, he has been playing a lot of that support item Lucian, which will not be available now that we are on patch 14.2. So we're not going to be able to see that again, but...
Yeah, you lose a bit of power in the Milio Lucian lane, but still a very strong lane, and definitely first rotation, first pick worthy.
Yes, absolutely. And so, yeah, a bit of power gone, but ultimately I don't think it's that impactful. I think you still, if you can get the Lucian, just pick it.
Yep. And Swordheart likes his engaged supports too. He likes to hop on the Nautilus or the Leona.
Yeah, he's played a Bard, played a Zyra as well, but definitely looks stronger on the engaged supports thus far.
Yep.
And the Milio as well, of course. I mean, the Milio's job is fairly simple when you're playing with Lucian.
Yeah.
You just buff him up, trade on those mid waves.
Yeah.
Anything in lane, you're just holding your Q to make sure you have it there to find disengaged. Now, of course, there on your screen is J-Team swapping out Kongyue. They have So Cool today.
Yeah.
And then around them is Lakai, Minji, Wako, and Yusan. No surprises.
Yeah,
Already
and
found out about that one.
That's the second roster swap for J-Team. So recognizing, I guess, that things just aren't working for them and making changes week on week, it's usually not a good sign, though.
No, for sure. It's kind of dramatic, right? That you're constantly having all these different roster swaps. And I mean, admittedly, nothing has been really working for them thus far. They've been Halpigs, yes, but you really do expect that to be the case with the names they had before. And so taking out Kongyue, I have to see how So Cool plays, but Kongyue, a very resource-intensive player. It might be even good now that you are able to funnel some more gold into Lakai, Wako, or Minji. Take a few of those camps. Maybe have more of a utility-based jungler, something like the Ral, something like the Maokai.
Yeah, and honestly, you've got nothing to lose when it's going as badly. It's not as bad as it could be going. They did beat Hellpigs, like you said, but you know, you've got nothing to lose making some swaps.
Yeah, absolutely got their work cut out for them today, though. It will be the comparison between the top laners. I think this is a very, very apt way to go. It is Lakai topping a lot of these stats. Gold difference at 14, he's down, but
on a team that's struggling, these are very impressive stats.
Yeah,
for Lakai.
very much so. Damage percentage doing so well. Of course, that last series plays a massive factor into that. KD looking good despite the first series he played where he was against PSG, I believe, and kind of just getting run down by Junjia alongside Archer.
Yeah, maybe some struggles in the lane phase, but as you can see, the champs he's picking, Gwen, Jax. We won't talk about the Olaf game, but Gwen, Jax, he's scaling up. You know, he's not necessarily looking to win lane with something like a Jax or a Gwen. Just getting through the lane phase and then outscaling, as we saw him do against the Hellpigs.
Yeah, very consistent in that series. And here we are, loading into, well, not loading into game number one, entering Champ Select of game number one, and it's CFO versus J-Team. CFO on the blue side, J-Team on the red side. After CFO's selection, it's going to be the Maokai banned out first. I think that makes a lot of sense because when you have a substitute come in, getting them something that just works well no matter what is like that is the easiest way to go. You just give them Maokai, Ral, and then it makes their time a lot easier because those champs have a very sort of rounded sort of kit, I guess you'd say. They're able to play into lots of different comps against lots of different comps.
And maybe we'll see a Cassante first pick from CFO with this Gwen ban.
Yeah, perhaps. Rest definitely looks really, really good at the Cassante. I think in the league, possibly the best alongside Driver.
That would mean maybe giving up a Lucian depending on what. Or an Ashe.
Ashe is open.
Yeah.
Warwick is hovered. Will not be locked in.
Yeah, I can't imagine a Warwick coming through it. I imagine it's got to be an Ashe, but then J-Team can trade that for maybe a Cassante and a Rumble, who is also open.
Okay.
I guess they can't take both, unless you want to jungle the Rumble or something. Rumble did get nerfed on this patch.
Did. So Ashe locked in, could theoretically go 80 carry, most likely will be support.
Yeah.
Now, J-Team get their pick of the litter.
Yeah, maybe picking away the Varus is probably wise here. Varus Ashe is a very strong lane. Sejuani looking like the pick.
There you go.
Okay.
I think it makes a lot of sense. Again, as we said before, it's a champion that can play with a lot of things, play against a lot of things, and it still feels very strong.
Yeah.
Now, what do we have? Second pick here. Honestly, could go any route. Might look for something to deal with the Ashe in lane. Not really thinking of anything particular, but
I'd like the Varus, but yeah, they might just go for like an Aphelios Milio lane and try to just survive the Ashe lane and then outscale.
Yeah, could be the
Milio's going to bring a lot more than the Ashe unless she's landing crazy arrows.
What's going on with this Warwick?
Yeah.
Cool to see something exciting, but I don't think we'll see Warwick. Oh, there we are. That's a Rel jungle. Could
with Corki Band, Azir should be very good.
Should see the Azir. Oh, we do.
We'll see if they go for maybe Milio to go with this Aphelios. Lulu, an old school.
Yeah, in fairness, I think you could just pick up like something mid. Nico, Yeah, okay. Melio looks like it will be the option.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. Going for super scaling on J Team.
So I expect to see a Varus ban. I don't think you want to give over Varus Ashe if you don't have to.
Yeah. Yeah, no need to give them that. But then there's also Caitlyn, so you probably have to ban Caitlyn Varus if you want to deny ADCs.
Yeah, what else would you go for? I don't think you really care about top because you will just have counterpick if you want it.
Yeah.
And then for mid, I mean, you already see their mid laner. The only other option is AD carry or top. Yeah, I think you just ban AD carries. Caitlyn first, Varus should be second.
Yeah.
On the side of CFO, I guess you're looking to ban mids that you don't want into Azir. Nico would make sense. Akali. You might even think of Yone because obviously pairs well with Sejuani, those melee champions.
Yeah, Yone picked a couple times into the Azir.
Yeah.
Hasn't had much success, to be honest.
Yeah, but I think it's a lot stronger if you have Sejuani, right? Because Yone's already strong at skirmishing. Sejuani is strong at skirmishing if she has melee champs around her in those solo lanes, and Yone could be something to think of. Akali, again, that's another champ. Melee. There you go, Silas.
Yeah, Silas. Makes sense.
So, yeah, getting rid of some of those melee champs. I haven't seen Minji play the the Yone, and I wouldn't expect him to pick it up, so...
Yeah, that's a really smart Silas, man. Silas goes so well with Sejuani. We saw that so much last year.
Yeah. So, that's gone. Now, I guess you pick your mid laner here. What do you choose? Nico could be picked up. Obviously doesn't have that synergy with the Sejuani, but you don't need to. Tristana's going to be the option, so you kind of want an AP top laner now.
Yeah, we're going to need to find magic damage somewhere. There's no super tank on CFO yet. You know, Rel's going to get tanky, but...
Now there is.
Yeah. With Gwen banned, this Cassante pick feels really good.
Yeah.
Maybe they will just pick the nerfed Rumble. Seems like people have been staying away from it. We have seen a couple Rumble bans still.
Yeah, I think with this, you almost force into it in many ways just because your draft lacks in magic damage so desperately.
And I'm sure Rumble is fine in spite of the nerfs. We might not be seeing him just 100-0 tanks at level 9 anymore, but I think he's still fine without doing that.
Yeah.
As you don't have much to pick in the ADC pool.
Jhin
Surely
Ashe?
we see an Ezreal at some point.
Well, I think Jhin Ashe is a fine lane here into the Aphelios Melio.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot stronger in lane than the Ezreal.
It will be locked in, so we're going to see Shun on the Jhin now. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, if J-Team can find a decent AP champ here, then they're looking very strong to scale.
That is not an AP champ. Now, admittedly, Sejuani does do a fairly ridiculous amount of damage, and once again, Melio does cause these AD carries to do some magic damage, although it's not particularly high. This would make a little bit more sense, although still... the game's pretty hard as Kennen, I think.
Yeah.
You can just be Emperor's divided out. You can just be stopped with Ashe ult. Even the Cassante all-out can come through and just...
Yeah, and we mostly wanted the magic damage to deal with the Cassante and Rel, and that's not going to be Kennen's angle this game.
No, he's kind of wants to get in there, stun up a lot of people, try and do a lot of damage to the back line.
Yeah.
And I don't know how easy of a job he's going to have. Lakai's really going to have to prove it.
Yeah.
Admittedly, you needed the AP damage. Kennen does provide that. You don't have any melee champs, though, with the Sejuani, so her power has gone down.
Yeah.
She's still fine as a champ, of course, but...
Just the early game's a bit harder.
Yeah, the skirmishing definitely is a lot weaker. Now, Tristana is a stronger skirmisher than the Azir, so maybe that's just going to make up for it anyway. But definitely not quite as strong as before.
Look at the watch on Karsa.
Oh.
He's got some of that LPL money.
Yeah. Yeah, damn, he really be flexing.
The Kennen is going to be nice. Sure, it's not going to be taking out the Cassante and the Rel, but at the very least, the Cassante is not just going to be able to stack armor from the beginning of the game because he's going to have a Kennen to deal with. I think he will maybe have trouble getting through the early game. I haven't seen Kennen into the Cassante, but once Cassante hits 6, he's going to be able to look for a lot of all-ins onto the Kennen.
Yeah.
Maybe even force out the Kennen ult, and then Kennen's pretty useless in any skirmish or team fight.
Yeah, plus you can sort of deny that stun with your W, and it makes the matchup a lot harder for Kennen. You also are probably just going Merc Trigs on the Cassante here. Obviously a lot of auto-attacking going on, but...
Yeah, Sejuani by herself can justify a Merc Dread purchase.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's probably what we'll see. Kennen, Sejuani, it's a lot of CC. Yes, there's a lot of auto-attackers in, but...
The tabbies feel good this game too.
Yeah, but I think honestly, if you get Frozen Heart, which you almost certainly will... Oh, your son, you might want
That's why we see Ghost on Ashe.
Yeah, Ghost. Heal might need to be... at least something has to be procced.
That doesn't stun from the Jhin.
Yeah,
That's surprising. Maybe too long between instances of damage. That must have been very close.
Yeah, that is astonishing to me.
Yeah. And he just actually walks out, no flash, no heal. Really good by Ursan on the Milio.
Is Zordok going to have volley back up?
Oh.
He does. Oh, dear.
Oh no. And here comes, he's
Houston.
either dead to the Ash volley or the Jin W. He might have to heal.
Oh, he cancels. Wako blocked it.
Yeah, Wako blocked it, but he cancelled his base. This is ugly. This is ugly. That kind of a repeat of last game.
This is so bad.
I mean, he has heal.
Yeah,
But Aphelios is so weak. Sometimes here you'd look to go for a trade and just use your heal to get a reasonable trade. And I don't know if this is the best approach from CFO, because they're not going to get XP either.
Sort out with the TSM flare.
Yeah. I mean, he's healed up plenty on the Milio. They can maybe walk back.
Oh boy.
Oh. And if the plan was to survive with the scaling lane and bot lane, it is off to a very rough start. We're seeing the power of the Ashe pick immediately, right?
Oh, this
You
is...
might just have to tank a base on both. You might just have to tank a base on both players at this point.
Yeah, this is dreadful.
As it's actually Rel clearing their bot side jungle. It's Karsa, the enemy jungler, clearing their bot side jungle, so no help coming anytime soon.
I think Ursan is going maybe to die. I feel like Karsa should look for a dive here.
And they just split the map, J-Team do.
Oh, this is...
Yeah. I mean, the wave hasn't crashed yet.
Wako's on his way back.
He's popped his ghost to get back to lane. He's going to get a lot of this, but he might not even make it to the tower. Still a level 1 Aphelios. Yeah. That
I mean, it was inevitable,
easy.
right?
Yep.
It was.
Wako should be fine, I would think.
Yeah, I don't think there's a redive. Karsa's too low on health, but that is a shocking start to this game.
Considering the situation they were in, the Milio going down, the Aphelios getting solo XP, farming under his tower pretty safely, that's about all you could hope for out of that situation.
Yeah.
So as horrible as it is, I mean, yeah, it's maybe the best outcome.
Oh, big trade from Minji, but big trade back from Gory.
Yeah. There's actually fleet footwork on Minji.
Yeah, we usually see that as against the Azir.
Okay.
You're not really
not going
pressuring
to press the attack.
Yeah,
go
well,
for a
he
one
can,
shot or something.
If you go and press the attack, he always has the ability to just jump out.
Yeah.
With that sort of Shurima shuffle. And when you have the fleet footwork, it does allow you to sort of play more aggressively. You can look for an auto attack on a minion and then follow it up with a bomb and follow up auto attacks.
Yeah.
Which also allows you to dodge some more of these sand soldiers.
Yeah,
so.
and once Azir is 6, your days of jumping onto him are over.
Yeah.
Not an amazing base for the Jhin. Just get Swifties versus the boots on the Aphelios. Pretty standard on Jhin to just rush the Swifties, but you know it's not a lot more damage coming out, at least. Couldn't get like a serrated Dirk or anything like that.
This is true.
And we'll see how this lane plays out.
Crashdown lands. Minji does have flash available for him. Stun will also connect. I don't think they have the damage for this. They don't, but that is a lot of pressure now. Teleport already was used from Minji, and so he's going to have to commit to this recall.
Yeah, and his wave is being pushed is pushing away from him, so he's going to lose a lot of CS here. So nice gank by Karsa. Doesn't look all that impressive. He doesn't burn a flash even, but it does wonders for his mid laner.
Yeah,
he's gonna
absolutely.
Be quite ahead now.
Now,
honestly, they're doing okay, bot.
Yeah.
Considering. It was always going to be a hard lane.
Oh, okay, that did less damage than I expected. I guess it is just the Swifty boots.
Yeah. Constant pressure from the spot lane. Karsa decides, oh,
nice for Minji to find that entire
Gory a bit
satchel
chunked,
charge.
no TP himself.
Yeah. And Sokol's in the area. Gory doesn't have that Shurima shuffle up, so...
Looks like they're going to go for the Void Grubs.
Yeah, they're not willing to
Rel
just give
does them
them.
very quickly, though.
Might. Okay, does smite that one away. So it gets two of them, and this one should now be Sokol's to take.
Yeah. Actually, the cull on the cannon, I like that. Bit of matchup knowledge, knows he's not too worried about the lane.
Yeah, even first strike, so farming out as much gold as he can. Makes a whole lot of sense, of course.
Yeah.
But honestly, Rest should feel fine. I don't think this is a matchup that Cassante particularly fears.
Yeah, I don't think the cannon's gonna kill you, especially with the CC immunity on the Cassante W. But yeah, we see it a bit with the Rumble as well, where you take first strike and you just get really greedy against this Cassante and just get as much farm as you can. And punish his team more than you're really punishing the Cassante.
Okay.
Actually, trade's going pretty well for J-Team's bot lane.
Positive signs.
Yeah.
Signs of life down here. And Wako is a very, very skilled Aphelios player, so not overly surprising to see him doing well.
Yep.
It is surprising, however, to see them doing this well after what was that atrocious level 1. Oh.
Yeah, you got to give them credit for that. Uh-oh.
Oh, did Minji jump forward? It looks like he might have. He did get the reset, though. So cool comes through, but Casa is going to be able to just arrive in time, or did he? Minji, with that fleet footwork, will get himself 1 kill, gets himself the reset. Stun going to come through. It's Shun who roots up, and then eventually the kill is found. Casa picking up that one. So 1 for 1, but an important find there nonetheless for Minji.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive for Minji to find that kill. Actually, a fleet footwork diff. He gets 1 auto. It's not enough to kill, but with the move speed from fleet footwork, he's able to run down the Azir and get the last auto to finish him off. It looked like disaster after such a well-played gank. If Gori had walked away on 1 HP, it would have been very sad to see. As Minji engages here, and Gori's thinking like, this guy's being silly, but a flash ulti, yeah, he uses the Azir, ulting him into his tower against him, because then he ults the Azir towards his Sejuani, procs his fleet footwork, finishes off the kill here, and CFO bot lane, really good rotation to find this kill. As I don't think Kars is able to clean this up if they're not there.
For sure. First Dragon will be given over to CFO, of course. Shun, while only having those Swifties, is still a bit of a menace. Does now back, gets himself that serrated Dirk. Yes, he does. And
now this is going to be a lot more damage coming out from the Jhin.
Yeah. Yomu's likely to be that first item here.
Yep.
It's also cooldown boots finished for Sword Art as he makes his presence felt mid.
Yeah, and this is what you have to do on the Ashe. You're not going to be as useful as the Milio later in the game. So you have to be a menace in the early game, and so far so good for Sword Art. Just making J-Team suffer first in their bot lane, now in their mid.
Does definitely have opportunities later on in the game. Of course, that Enchanted Crystal Arrow... What? Enchanted Crystal Arrow has a lot of power.
It's got a null magic on Minji.
Yeah, that'll be what is it called?
Merc Tread.
Merc Treads.
Yeah.
As we see a lot of damage coming down. Minji living on 1 HP. So cool to the rescue there with that.
So cool. So far in the right place, right time. So far, looking good.
Yeah, definitely is. A very, very good save there. Both junglers actually doing a pretty good job of trying to get their mid laners out of trouble.
Lakai, by the way, quietly scaling up. Got himself a rocket belt. Hasn't even finished his call yet. Probably farmed a lot off of this first strike. Up a TP on rest. Quietly having a really good game. Lakai is. Problem is in the mid lane though is we're down a bit of CS on this Tristana. She does have a kill to compensate that. As Wako's looking a bit aggressive.
Yeah, he's not scared. We'll connect there. And a lot of damage onto Sword Art. Even going to get one. No. But it's going to be the Moonlight Vigil to...
Nice trade.
Yeah, get himself a nice chunk there onto this Jhin. Of course, Jhin starting this game about as well as you'd ever hope for. But Wako actually quietly finding himself now a bit ahead in terms of...
Here comes Sedge behind them.
Yeah, Sokol might be looking for a dive here. Doesn't have access to that ultimate, and Shun has been left alone. Has flash, has heal. Dodges out there of that flail.
No ult on Sedge.
Yeah, is going to be Shun able to just narrowly run away and not doing all that much return damage here onto the Sejuani. But Minji's now here as well.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, this is extremely scary.
Maybe an over-rotation from Minji once the play fizzles out. This is not what you want happening when you pick the Ashe. Does have the arrow up, opportunity for a re-engage. Actually, no cleanse on Wako. Feels like the Milio ulti is going to be enough.
Yeah, I think the Milio ultimate should be
Yeah,
enough
considering
here.
the champs on CFO's team, I'd agree with that. And as you saw a little taste of there, Jin is not going to deal with the Sedge later. That is all his ear. And smartly SoCool going for armor as he's wrapping back around bot. No flash on this Jin, and Sejuani ult is back up. Karsa wisely here to defend his bot lane as SoCool recalls on a ward. And it's actually Gory who has first move here if CFO go for a play.
I think just respecting this Glacial Prison, which is back up, is probably good enough. Oh.
Yeah, no wave there, so they don't feel like they have to hang around. Karsa might be a little bit deep, but SoCool recalling.
Yeah, a slow start to the game despite the antics that occurred.
Yeah.
And it's honestly fair. I think CFO can just look to try and take this next dragon. They now have Youmu's fully finished on this Jin, so Shun's feeling pretty good about himself. Doesn't have flash, but you can kind of play these fights at such a range that it doesn't become too impactful.
You gotta wonder who outscales when the game is going this slowly, and I honestly can't call it. I think it will come down to execution.
Yeah, I'd say so mostly. I do think the Azir should offer the most in a team fight. It has a lot of counterplay towards the Kennen, and then of course there are other tools in the team comp of CFO to sort of find better opportunities. Castle with that Magnet Storm, of course.
It is
Crystal Arrow.
It is a lot of pressure on Degori this game, and he has been, if you're going to point out a weakness in CFO, he's maybe been underperforming.
I'm inclined to agree.
And they also can, if you've got just one guy with all the pressure on him, I mean, guess who's getting Sejuani ulted?
Okay, now potential bot dive being looked at here. There is SoCool in the area though, so J-Team should be safe.
Yep.
You're saying walking up, gonna get stunned up. There's gonna be that arrow as well, as here comes that curtain call. Wako taking a lot of damage here. 3 connections.
Stun onto Ashe. I'm surprised they don't go on that.
They are. Flash forward, but here comes a 3-man Magnet Storm, a 3-man stun to follow it up. Breath of Light comes through, but it's very, very late. Shun trying to find the damage. It doesn't look like anything more will come from it.
Pretty nice for CFO there. They managed to burn Flash on the Milio. Actually, not much else though. They're going to look to pressure this tower now. As you're seeing the power of that Milio, he looked dead about 3 times there, but manages to live.
Yeah, Breath of Light really coming up just in the nick of time. Carson now, he's on a good flank. Wako, though, he's trying to turn it around.
Oh, no
finds a
flash
2-man, Gravitum's done. In comes the Infernum. He's now got access to the Severum. SoCool, though, might be going down for his sins. It's going to be a 1-for-1, and Milio's the one that picks up the kill here for J-Team. And now still more being looked at as Gory arrives alongside Minji, but Yurisan ultimately will live there on the minutest amount of HP, and because of that, it's going to be CFO with priority and likely going to be taking down this dragon.
Yeah, Gory being there way faster than Minji means they can pick up the return kill. It's actually still just a 1-for-1. I hate that Minji rotated at all on the Tristana. Anytime you're left alone on Trist, you kind of love to just shove it in and grab a tower, but it might just be Gory picking up a tower here. See if Lakai has anything to say about it. Probably can't do anything with most of CFO probably behind him. As they find the Jin here, no flash on him. Gory is so quick here though. And they managed to just eke out the kill. A kill going to both supports though. Kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, absolutely. Now J-Team with Wako in the area are now starting up on this Rift Herald. It is going to be a 4v5, however, as now Rest is going to teleport in, does have access to that Slicing Maelstrom. Whoa. It's going to be eventually the Rift Shield picked up by SoCool, and goes Rest. He's going to find that knockback. He's got the all-out flashed away from Minji. Means that all-out doesn't go the way he'd want it to, but here comes the Slicing Maelstrom. It's a 2-man, and Wako is trying to find the damage, but Shun is picking up that kill. Now the only thing standing for the side of J-Team is going to be Wako on this Aphelios. It's a 4-for-0. Rift Herald not be able to pick up by J-Team, and CFO quickly finding themselves with a lot of gold. Wako, he's outplaying. No, he's not, as Gory is able to find that final kill.
So close for Wako to be able to trade back a kill there and grab a shutdown off the Azir. But in that last fight, as soon as Rest showed up, it seemed like he could just murder everyone. As SoCool is getting focus here, they start by focusing on the Sejuani. He somehow manages to still get the smite, But then Rest, once the Sejuani goes down, he is just running everyone down. Minji manages to flash, so he's not all out into the enemy team, and the Kennen ult just comes in too late. The fight's kind of decided by the time the Kennen ulti comes out. And Rest tanks so much, does so much damage in that last fight. Great team fight from him.
Yeah.
Out team fighting the Kennen.
Yeah, very big team fight, of course. And now, because of that team fight, CFO find themselves at a fairly comfortable 4K lead.
Yep. Nothing insurmountable, I think, for J-Team. But the problem right now is your Tristana is not up to much this game.
Yeah, very weak.
Yeah. As Rest still... He still just built armor up against the Kennen. Didn't feel any threat at all coming his way from the Kennen, so he felt like he could just start stacking armor, and that's going to make this Tristana's life a lot harder.
So cool. Finds himself a Jhin. Jhin without a cleanse, but is able to just run away as Kasa crashed down over the wall, and Sokol going to have to run away. Milio movement speed making it a little bit easier. Wako. Ooh, he's toying.
Yeah.
I don't know that you want to toy with the Ral, although Sword Art, he's going to have to flash away. Minji does get a reset, but doesn't opt into chasing over that wall.
Yes, yeah, Sword Art playing with fire twice there. Second time loses his flash. This Ashe is very easy to pick off. This Ashe arrow was used somewhere in there. I don't recall when. Probably just got Milio ulted off.
Yeah, they are on very similar cooldowns right now, so I imagine the same. But a minute 40 now until this next dragon, which should be the next talking point.
Yeah.
I think Kasa, obviously, he can do whatever he wants in Sokol's jungle right now. The rest of the team so far ahead. Gory, 2-1-5 on this Azir, so having a very good game for himself.
Yeah.
Wonder what he's building second. I mean, it could be the Shadow Flame, Storm Surge, maybe Rabbit on second.
It's not Leon. Usually we either see the Liandry's or the
Lich Bane.
Yeah. Neither of those. I think it is okay to go for the Rabadons. He might also be going Zhonya's.
Yeah, it could be the Zhonya's. I mean, Zhonya's wouldn't be so bad. Kennen gets onto you. What can you do? Just press the Zhonya's button.
Yeah.
Okay, Vernon, Banshee's Veil. I guess it makes some sense. You're not really that scared of Minji or Wako right now, and so if you have this, it means Kennen's damage, and he's the one that's going to be threatening the most.
Yeah, and it helps with just the engage being a Sedgel.
Yeah.
I mean, your ideal engage as J-Team is this. Oh, he flashes into it.
Yeah, he does flash into it. He's going to get rooted up here by Shun, who's coming along. Force shot available, and boom.
Damn. Yeah, very unfortunate flash for So Cool there. That's got a sting.
Now, I wonder if Lakai goes down if he doesn't, though, because that Ashe ult was headed straight for that Kennen.
Yeah, maybe. J-Team really struggling to just hold on to any of their jungle. Look at the vision CFO have in their top quadrant and the right side. They're just wards all over J-Team's jungle, making it very hard for them to play.
Yeah, and look at the damage Gory's outputting.
Yeah. And it's kind of hard to feel like you can force an engage as well when you have your carries sitting on these items. Aphelios and Tristana both looking for multiple items, especially Aphelios. He's going to want like 3 items before he's doing anything when he's this behind.
Yeah. Now, third dragon should be cleanly picked up here for CFO.
Yeah.
Pings back onto the mid lane, so they're not going to give over anything. And dire straits at the moment. Baron now spawning, and you have quite a bit of damage in that you do have the Azir, as Rest is currently 1v4, finds an Ashe ult there onto Wako, and taking a lot of damage, but is he going to be able to go down? Probably not. In comes the Magnet Storm. It's going to land onto 2. Minji flashes, but still caught up in it. Gets stunned up. All Out comes out, and down he goes. Sword Up picking up that one. Empress Divide comes through as well. Sokol going to be taken out with a flash. Slicing Maelstrom, comes through. They aren't able to find one kill just yet, but Wako will eventually get himself a shutdown there onto Shun. Some much needed gold, but ultimately teamfight win here for CFO once again.
Yeah, bright side for J-Team is that's who you want the shutdown on, but Rest essentially walks into 4 people by himself. His team is maybe 15 seconds away, so he's just able to walk into the enemy team with impunity, and that's what happens when you've maybe got this one-dimensional comp, a lot of physical damage, and they just killed this Baron so quickly. It's looking very difficult for J Team to come back into this one. As yeah, Rest just finds Emilio, and there are 4 people here. His team is nowhere near him, and he doesn't feel any threat at all. He is still clicking forwards. Karsa follows up once he arrives, and then straight back in for Rest. Helps pick off the kill onto the Emilio, and again, just a late cannon ult. It feels like J Team are playing too reactively, maybe. So the cannon ults just aren't coming out at an ideal time where they can hit and get damage out. Not that I think they would even be able to get much damage out, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Aphelios follows up okay, Tristana not so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I mean, it should be pretty clear cut here for CFO now.
Yeah.
They have this Baron, blue buff as well, picked up for the whole squad. Get this minion wave in mid pushed up. There's not really the wave clear to speak of to be able to take it out. Kasante obviously got that bot wave pushed. Wako, he's trying to find some damage, but crash down from Karsa blocks all of it.
Yeah.
There's a little bit. But yeah, that's a sorry state of affairs there if you're Aphelios and you're trying to combo down the rail and it takes off about 300 HP.
Yeah, the cannon pick just not really working to make them build any magic resist, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So then you fall behind with what is this, may as well be a full AD comp. And yeah, it's struggle street now.
Well, you do have the Banshees as well as the Jack Show, so there is some magic resist being picked up, but yeah, I mean, Kennen just hasn't been able to find a really good angle. Yeah. Now, there is a teleport flank here available, but teleport's still on cooldown, means it won't really be able to be used. In fact, it actually just goes down right now as I say it.
And it is all on Wako, this game for J Team.
Yeah.
If he can do something crazy with Emilio, but he just doesn't have the gold to do it.
Yeah, really needs this Infinity Edge online, and even then, probably needs an LDR afterwards.
Yeah. Nice dodge by Lakai on the Ashe ulti. At this point, that's all Sword Art is doing with the Ashe pick. You're just sitting way back, getting some slows out, and just chucking some ults around.
Yeah. Still not level 11, so it's a fairly high cooldown still.
Yeah. He'll probably get another chance to shoot an ult before this Baron is out.
Yeah, 20 seconds. It's about halfway done. Maybe not. Might come out just after. Gory now finally able to auto-attack this tower, and Azir takes towers very, very quickly.
Yep.
We'll just be going down.
Yeah, Minji can't hold against him at all.
No, and Lakai's tower also very much the same. Mid tower 2, Karsa, Shun, and Sword Art trying to find whatever damage they can there. Baron does time out now, so a little bit of pressure is going to be alleviated. We'll see if CFO are able to do anything. Honestly, you don't have to. 40 seconds and you have yourself an Infernal Soul fight that you are clear favorites to win.
Yeah, honestly, the worst part of losing the Baron isn't even that the enemy team gets inhibs. Just look at the XP differences. It's a level in top, a level in jungle, 2 levels mid, 2 levels AD, and actually evened up in support now. But yeah, those are giant disparities in stats when you're already down items.
For sure. Now, I mean, J-Team, you have to fight this Infernal. Rest, if he's able to walk here, he could opt to teleport up top. Gory using teleport to make sure he has pressure over this mid wave prior to Dragon Spawn. I don't know if he has his Sandcastle. Rest, though. Charter Crystal Arrow flashed away from, but Rest is still very much in there. So cool trying to look for him. Is just going to get himself nice and safe.
I'm surprised he went backwards with that W.
Yeah, I think it's just the safe play.
Yeah, playing a little bit respectfully, but yeah, he is looking pretty invincible at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to face check into him. Does go backwards once more, and the root won't land, but that is the Infernal Soul picked up, and through comes Karsa. He's going to find So Cool. He's looking for the stun. Isn't going to find it, but Curtain Call might be able to do so. Finds one. Is he going to be able to find the other? No, Wako blocks it. Wako takes 2 of them, and now Wako's the one going down as the first casualty of war. That's the second one is So Cool. Third one will be Minji, and now you've got Lakai limping away. Ursan goes down. Lakai now the only person remaining, and he does manage to get away. But 1v5, I don't think you're going to be able to defend. Rest teleports into the base. Tower 1 goes down. Tower 2 not long after. Slicing Maelstrom does find himself 1 kill there onto Casa, but all things said and done, it's a quick, clean game. CFO taking it. Game number 1.
Yeah, and story of the game is another late cannon ult, but I don't think it's Lakai's fault, really. It's not much he could do. His team had fallen apart by the time he could find an angle in any team fight.
Yeah,
pretty nice from CFO. Just a shooting gallery at the end there.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, was a decisive win. And you honestly, this is again the thing that upsets me so much about J Team is so cool. We don't really know what he's like as a player, but the rest of the map truly are players that we know they have it in them to put up a fight here. Wako beat CFO time and time again last split.
Yeah.
He was not faltering. He took down Shun in lane. He was looking really, really good. And now...
Yeah, I mean, he definitely showed his class that game, just at least in the laning phase, somehow managing to come back in that lane.
He's a top tier 80 carry in the league. And seeing them falter this hard is truly demoralizing, at least for me. I was a big Wako fan last split. He was probably one of my favorite players to watch in the league. And seeing sort of the game unfold how it did, and a lot of it comes down to the level 1, as you said. Ursan getting caught out and I mean, not opting to just immediately recall, but play the lane out, and he's stuck between his tower. Wako even dodges one of those Jin Ws, and he cancels his recall there, so it's just lots and lots of mistakes in that level 1 sort of instance that led to bot lane getting behind. Wako and Ursan, to their credit, did claw it back, but the rest of the map was falling apart. Castle was able to run around, do whatever he wanted around the map, and it was just too little too late.
I mean, Lakai had a great laning phase.
Yeah.
That is one positive from that game. And they did bounce back after the mistakes bot lane, especially the Jin W. It's the kind of mistakes they were making, they just looked very disjointed, and once they lost one fight, I think it was around the Rift Herald, they lost one fight, they never tried anything again. For the rest of the game, they never just looked like a team, they never looked like they were playing for anything. Yeah, and it's kind of the story of J-Team looking disjointed. The comp didn't help. It's really hard to play Tristana from behind.
Yes.
You're not expecting to be behind, and I think that is probably the questionable pick of the draft, the Tristana. Not getting much done in lane.
You had counter as well.
Yeah, and not getting much done after. I don't think she took any plates.
Yeah, not sure. Maybe one at most. But yeah, no, definitely not having the impact in lane you'd want, especially when you've seen the Azir, and you know there's other picks at worst go even with Azir, right?
Yeah.
And honestly, Tristana should be winning that matchup. It's a matchup that should be Tristana favored. Now, admittedly, a bit of shenanigans. Both the junglers spending a lot of time mid. They've almost found a kill onto Gory, which was stopped by Casa. Minji eventually picks it up, then dies. And again, almost getting taken out there by Casa's gank, and Sokol comes and saves the day. But yeah, it's concern, right? You see the Azir, Minji...
Was the Nico ban? That looks like a way different... That looks like a way different draft for the Nico in the mid
lane. But
lane.
it might have been. But I don't think it was. They banned Silas and Akali second rotation, so I think Nico was open.
Yeah, I doubt they banned it first rotation, but I don't remember.
But I mean, we'll take a look at some of the highlights. Obviously, this was level 1. This is really weird.
And this is why you take Ghost on Ashe, essentially. She can just run you down in these early fights.
Yeah, and there's just so much power. I honestly think Ursan maybe just pops heal now.
Yeah, and it might save his lane phase. He greeds and saves both.
I don't know how that didn't snare. The Jin animation was even on it.
Yeah. A bit unlucky from CFO, but I mean, they're still doing fine out of this. As CFO are not going to let him. This was really nice by CFO. It looked like there was no way for Milio to live.
And
he was going to get shot by someone, this W. From
like right here, if he didn't cancel, he would have got back. Because
he would have got back. And
Ashe's cooldown is like something like 12, 13 seconds level 1, so... Yeah, but at this point, you can't walk up. Your Milio is too low. They try to. Wako loses all of his health for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what they really could even do.
You just had to back. You just had to sack one wave, and yes, you're going to be behind, but you were going to be less behind than you ended up being. And Gory...
Yeah, because Gory heard me talking smack and had a great game.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, Lakai, it's so hard to be that Kennen because...
Yeah.
Kennen also, he's a champion that can bring you back into the game, but I don't think it's that easy for him to play and sort of find an angle back into the game against the team comp he's up against. Jin can play from such range, Ashe as well has shut down to the Kennen engage. Azir
has
obviously.
self-peel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
even Ral can peel. Cassante, of course, has the all-out, and you're not going to win that 1v1 if he all-outs you
Yeah.
out of a team fight. And so it's really hard for him to play. He had a good game for himself, punished the Cassante, got himself a nice lead, but honestly, the rest of the map had just fallen behind.
I think if we see something like a Nico mid, then this Kennen is maybe just an Aatrox.
Yeah, possibly.
You know, it's just a completely different look. As we've seen Aatrox do really well into the Cassante.
Yeah, we've just seen Aatrox's pop off recently
general,
anyway,
yeah.
so... Yeah, it's certainly something that can be considered. The Tristana makes almost no sense to me.
Yeah.
If you're going for an AD, I feel like Yone is the best. Like,
Yeah.
honestly, like, maybe Minji doesn't play it. And, you know, people that often play these majors don't tend to pick up the champs that are like Yone. I think Jimmy and really the only one showing any form of proficiency on it thus far. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's a hard one. And honestly, the Tristana really, I think, ruined the draft in many ways. No synergy with Sejuani. Forces your top to play AP. Kennen not even the strongest in the meta right now. Gwen already banned. So things did look very, very hard from that point.
Yeah. And I did criticize some of Lakai's ults, but you brought up a good point with there is the Cassante and the Azir denying Kennen ults as well. So it's just hard to find an angle in the first place.
Yeah.
Karsa's going to be peeling as well. So
Especially when they're just bulldozing over your team without even having to commit too much to it, right?
Yeah.
Like ultimately, CFO were just running at J Team, finding everything
Rest
they wanted.
Rest just pops Ghost on Cassante and walked at your backline, who are very behind, as Karsa gets MVP.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
100% KP.
Yeah, very well played by him.
17 KDA, and some really great engages.
Yeah, no, definitely. And honestly, realizing what was happening bot and deciding, you know what, we're just going to split the map. I'm going to start the enemy team's bot side and just stay on the bot side. Makes a whole lot of sense. And really well played. Karsa truly coming into form.
Yep.
After a rusty first series, I think he has started to really turn it on. And he's performing how you'd expect someone like Karsa should perform.
Yeah. Yeah, a player of his caliber is going to be a great addition to any team.
Yeah.
Right? As we're going to get a replay on the engage onto the Millia. This is where Cassante is just walking into 4 people on his own. And Karsa, and here's the follow-up from Karsa. Rest makes it easy for him, but he finds his way onto Minji. Minji not surviving very long after.
Waco's still just doing his best.
Yeah, but he just can't, like, his team's full AD.
Yeah,
So
you
it's
can't
just not
auto.
doing
I mean, he
much.
gets Shun there, which
Lakai
is...
finds a decent ult again, but it's just after the fight is over because you're just getting rolled over so quickly.
Yeah.
And Minji actually dying really quickly in a lot of these fights and finding himself out of position on a champ that should be very safe in the Tristana.
Yeah, you'd say one of the safest mid laners there are, maybe alongside the LeBlanc. I mean, those are sort of... the range on that rocket jump is insane. It's like one of the furthest or the longest dashes in the game outside of some ultimates like Malphite ult. And so... a lot of safety, really, on the Tristana. Admittedly, she was trying to pressure the lane, jumping forward quite a lot, trying to put that pressure onto the Azir, which you need to do. The problem is, really, the team wasn't set up for that to happen because Karsa had the freedom to be wherever he wanted. He wasn't worried about top. Obviously, yes, Cassante's going to lose and Lakai's going to get some gold. You're never going to go there. You're just going to let that happen and then play around it as the game progresses. But bot lane had fallen apart. It really was only mid lane that Karsa had to protect, and he was there to protect him, so, yeah. Game went a bit bad, but that was game number 1. J-Team still have another opportunity to turn around. Once we're back from the break, we will have game number 2 for you.
Try to bring me close and tell me that you care. Was it all so real? Demons all I had. Was it all so real? Demons all I And if dreaming's all I have, where does it lead me to? Learning to take a stand, that's when I reach for you. And if dreaming's all I have, where does it lead me to? Learning to take a stand, that's when I reach for you.
Drawn to a conclusion. It's a final lie. No turning back. Erasing all the confusion. We can't pretend. No time for goodbyes. So look in my eyes. I hope that we can still be friends, but this is where the story ends. Oh, this is where the story ends. Oh, this is where the story ends. Don't know how to comprehend. It's something that we can't prevent. Been waiting for it to happen. Didn't think it would come. Nowhere to run. The sky begins to blacken. You had your fun. There's no time to change it, no time to change it. I hope that we can still be friends. But this is where the story ends. This is where the story ends. Oh, this is where the story ends. This is where the story ends. Don't know how to comprehend. It's something that we can't prevent.
Quick and snappy break after a quick and snappy game. We're now headed into game number 2 of our series between CFO and J-Team. And now it's up to J-Team to show us they have a little more in them and try and fight back against what was an absolute domination by CFO.
Yeah, and I'm kind of looking for them to not put any hurdles in their way in the draft. I think this Ashe champion has been perma-banned for a reason. It's really difficult to get through the early game with it, and they did actually okay through the early game, but they gave themselves even more trouble in the draft by picking AD mid and forcing solo AP Kennen top, which is not really the champ you want as your solo AP. He's not going to take advantage of the tanks stacking armor all that well. As well as maybe just more coordination. So Cool looked okay.
Yeah.
He looked okay. He landed a cool smite. He was in the right place at the right time. But maybe once they fell behind, he looked like he maybe didn't know where to be, what to do.
Yeah, and that's, I think, the nature of just not really having so much synergy and not that much practice with the team you're playing with. And it is going to be a side swap. It's going to be J-Team now on the blue side. See if that makes a difference to the draft. You definitely have to hope so. Yeah. Maybe Minji looks to pick up that Azir early on and have a better lane for himself. You'd have to hope so. Although I do feel like Gory might be in a position to punish it a little more.
Yeah. We'll see if CFO leave the Ashe open. Wouldn't be surprised to see J-Team pick it up if so. But J-Team actually banned the Ashe. Guessing they don't want to play it. They have a different first pick lined up. Might just be a Cassante first pick with the Gwen out. But we have seen Aatrox do very well into that.
For sure. We'll see. I mean, all things staying similar. The Ashe being the only difference.
Yeah.
Shun on your screen. Giga Chad.
Yep.
Serious. Game 1, win. Game 2, locking in.
And it's actually J-Team who banned the Corki this time. Did they ban Corki last time, or was it? I can't remember, but either way, that makes Azir a very strong pick.
It does. And J-Team have their pick of the litter. Do they look for that first pick? Oh, Orianna remains open. So they're going to pick Orianna. I don't think we'll see the Echo, although I'd love to. Maybe we will.
I have to imagine it's maybe like a Cassante. I mean, Nocturne is open. Nocturne, Orianna, very popular combo. Of course, it could just go for the Rel again.
Yeah. I mean, all right, there we go. Maokai it is.
Maokai, I like the Maokai. Been very strong recently.
Yep, definitely. Oh, Maokai is here. Right roll.
Yeah, no surprises seeing the Azir here. Gory had a great game on it last game. Not opting for the Akali counter pick we sometimes see into the Orianna.
Yeah, I think the Azir makes a lot of sense. He had a really good game on it, and why not just pick it into the Orianna? We see this matchup all the time.
Yeah. Fleet footwork helping Azir a lot.
Definitely.
This matchup is it might just be Sedge again.
Fairly likely. And importantly, you're not forced onto Kennen top to find your AP. So you can actually pair it with something with melee. Like the Aatrox.
Yeah, just a blind pick Aatrox.
Yeah, what will be the answer? I mean, I'm sure Rest has something. Udyr does remain open.
I wonder if they'll pick a Jax or maybe just get an Aphelios here and ban some ADs.
Ooh.
Yone is a counter we've seen into the Aatrox. We haven't seen it succeed yet.
Yeah, I think it was Relia that played it. And honestly, it looked good in lane. It just, sort of the team fell apart around it. And
yeah, we'll see how Rest does.
All said and done from there. And here we go. We do have our top side locked in.
Have to be worried about this Yone into the Sejuani and the Aatrox.
Yeah, it does feel like a good game. There is a bit of lockdown though, of course. Sejuani and Aatrox have that synergy in terms of both being melee, blocking up that permafrost. But
both teams yet to pick their bot lanes means this ban phase now could be quite weird.
Yeah, Milio bans, so that takes away the Aphelios Milio option, although Aphelios still remains a pickable choice. Senna does remain open.
Yeah, Senna probably the premier AD that is left open at the moment.
Yeah, Caitlyn, Lux, Senna, Israel.
Yeah, good ban from J-Team on the Senna because CFO are going to have first pick after these bans. So you don't want them to get, a strong AD and you're stuck picking. You're going to be stuck picking something unusual here. Caitlyn Lux comes to mind.
Yeah. Okay, Karma's gone. That takes away Israel Karma, which is a strong lane.
Yeah.
Israel still, of course, Israel can be pretty much paired with anything.
Yeah.
Okay, final ban. Is it going to be Caitlyn? Wouldn't be surprised. Shouldn't actually a Draven player.
Yeah, we might see a Draven.
Vayne player as well.
We're running out of ADCs. Yeah, there's the Caitlyn ban. I imagine just an Ezreal for Shun.
Yeah. No, I hope it's Draven or Vayne.
Just a blind Draven.
Yeah. This guy's a Giga Chad. Look at him.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know what you're going to pick into it. Just Ezreal, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Jin too. How did I forget? Won't have the Ashe to pair with it, but honestly, Jin can pair with multiple things anyway as well.
Yeah. Jin, again, going to struggle dealing with these frontliners, but he's got champs on his team.
Misfortune.
Just an MF.
Could go Misfortune Ral. Ral's a very strong pick with the Misfortune and does remain open. Silas this time looking like it will be. No, it's not going to be. They've got, maybe it's support.
Oh, I'd love to see a support Silas, but the support pool not even really pinged. So
Yeah.
I'd expect like a Nautilus or a Leona coming out.
Yeah, Leona would make sense in the MF, can cancel that ult from range. Although
Xayah
Rakan,
how did we forget?
yeah, and Wako, definitely
nice.
a very good Xayah player, so. Now, what's your answer? Rel does come to mind immediately.
Xayah doesn't feel too good into the Azir, but...
No, definitely not. Oh my goodness, are we going to see our third?
I
Look for the
highly
fist
doubt
bump.
it. I highly doubt
Just
it.
check for the fist bump.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, classic.
We're going back to season 3, baby.
Yeah, classic combo with the MF Amumu.
Oh my.
Oh, they're going to flex
Yeah.
the Maokai support. That makes a lot of sense.
Okay. Now, again, this is actually, I didn't even consider this, to be honest with
Yeah,
you.
I
But
didn't think of it.
Tool Mobile carries in the Orianna and the Xayah, so the Cataclysm gets extra value. Obviously, there is quite a good amount of peel that can come through, both the Sejuani and the Rakan offering it. And then, obviously, Aatrox trying to be on their back line.
Yeah.
But on the other side, Maokai should have a pretty good job of trying to peel for the MF as well. It will be hard for Shun to find a really good bullet time angle, but...
Yeah. Well, he's got Maokai to hold them down. He's got Jarvan. That's about it, but not bad. Immobile carries on the side of J-Team, as you said. And I really like the Maokai into the Rakan. You can disrupt his mobility with your W, you know, locking him in place, and you can also interrupt a lot of his dashes with the Maokai Q.
Yeah.
So pretty nice pick. Maybe a bit of a trap set by CFO.
That's right.
Flex the Maokai. Let them have Xayah Rakan and flex the Maokai into bot lane. We'll see. We'll still see how the lane goes. We haven't seen any MF so far, though it is performing really well in solo queue.
That is true. Likely to be the lethality build. Although my solo queue teammates prefer the
AP
Kraken
Leandries?
Slayer.
Oh.
No, the Kraken Slayer. They want to auto attack and then they die.
Yeah. I liked the Kraken Slayer MF.
That was like, I think it was good like 2 seasons ago, 3 seasons ago. Now it's just, I mean it's just a crit 80 carry, but the lethality build just does so much damage. First strike on Shun, so it will be the lethality almost certainly.
So there's a Comet Orianna.
Yeah, always is against the Azir, just trying to get a little bit more pressure. Now Kasa, he does not have any idea that there's a Rakan in his bush.
Oh.
Yeah, now...
It's a little bit scary. Getting a Jarvan flash would be a big deal. Seems hard, though.
Yeah, watch for the
Glacial.
grand entrance, although Kasa is backing off. Okay. Oh, dear.
There we go. No Glacial on the Rakan means this is hard to follow up. Yeah.
Oh. Oh, we don't have that emote.
Yeah, I don't recognize that one.
It's in Mandarin. Oh, I want that emote.
Not a comment on the Aatrox this time, has Conqueror. I think we saw the same thing last time he was into Yone.
Yeah, it was. It was against the Akali that he went for the Comet. But yeah, the Conqueror. It makes a lot of sense. Again, you're not really poking out this Yone. And the Yone will likely be going for the Blade of the Ruined King build. I would suspect maybe it's going to be the Kraken Slayer build, but...
Yeah, last time I think we saw Kraken Slayer into IE or something.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see how this bot lane goes. No disasters this time for J-Team.
Yeah, I mean, the start already is a lot better.
Yeah.
Just off the fact they didn't lose their entire health bar before the wave even arrived.
Yeah. MF should be quite a bit stronger in lane as long as she can avoid the Rakan engage. And oh, nice trade by Sword Art. Level 2 first for CFO ball.
Yeah, they're really walking up, and J Team will respect it.
Yep.
Prestige MF. This is also the skin I use.
It's like Prestige.
He uses the
witching
same
MF
Lucian
or
skin,
something.
same MF skin.
Oh,
Yeah, I like this guy.
great minds.
I think Wako's using the same Xayah skin I use too. And Ursan is, and no, I use Meowkai.
Oh yeah. Got
Damn.
it.
Sword Art let me down. I used to use the Christmas one before Meowkai existed. Who do you think wins the skin battle in this bot lane?
Who's the cooler skins?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh. I don't think I like this Rakan skin.
Really? I think the IG Rakan's the best.
It might be his best skin, but it's still... I don't know what it is about it. I like the wackiness of the CFO bot lane as heavy trades in the mid lane.
Yeah, true. The Christmas tree Maokai. Now Sokol looking for mid, but
On top of ward.
ooh, I know who wins the mid lane skin. It's not Gory.
Yeah, what's going on there? Gory has failed the drip check completely.
Well, hopefully his laning makes up for it. So far, remaining even. Definitely down on mana.
Yeah.
Even on health as well. Oh, wow. And Rest lost the top lane skin war too. I mean,
Yeah.
J-Team looking good in that regard. I don't actually know what this Jarvan skin is.
No, I can't tell either. I can't keep up.
If you couldn't tell, I think it's going to be a bit of a slower paced early game, although Castle will look for something mid. He's
got his flash.
set on a ward.
Yeah.
Minji will be able to react. Oh, no, he will not. Oh, my God.
Nice
Gory's
flash.
going to go down.
Dead. Gory's dead.
Oh,
Gory's dead.
oh, it's the minion.
My God.
Wow.
I don't even know how Minji got the kill there. I didn't see him hit Gory at all. But well played by
yeah.
Minji.
Maybe the command dissonance was on Gory.
Yeah, maybe.
that-
Oh,
he
might
did
have
get
just
slowed.
slowed him. Yeah, might have just
Yeah,
slowed him and
he
he got
did
the
get
kill off of
slowed.
that. Wow, well played. Well played by Minji, making Gory look a little bit silly.
Yeah, I mean, that's the second time now I believe we've seen Gory get solo killed in the mid lane.
Yeah.
First time, I believe, was at the hands of 1116.
Wako recalls there as we're going to see the engage. So Azir doesn't have a lot of follow-up for these kind of plays. He just does a tiny bit of damage.
He doesn't have Q
He's
here,
tries
or
to
enough mana for
flash.
W. Yeah, he does. He sits on the ball.
Wow, Minji's got to be happy with that.
Casa is, and
Laughing it off.
yeah, Casa's like, baited.
Oh, as
Oh, we have a brawl. Minji is, I mean, sorry, Gory is 1 HP again. Sword Art going to be knocked up. Grand Entrance will connect.
Sword Art probably has
Permafrost
to
going to
flash.
be able to land here, and
Step.
Minji's now found himself with a second.
uh-oh.
Oh, he could be on a banger.
Yeah, Minji's looking pretty strong.
That's what you love to see. You really expect some fight back out of these guys, and
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to
they've
see.
set
It's so
themselves
cool.
up for one.
So cool having a very active game. I assume that play started with a gank onto Gory, taking advantage of Azir not having his flash. Sejuani Q flashing onto him, I assume, and Karsa being there to save him, just barely by the look of it, and then Sword Art kind of just walks into them after. Because, yeah, I'm assuming
He's
he's
on a
actually
ward
on
too,
vision,
yeah.
but what can Gory do without
I think
flash?
Gory just used Q. Oh,
Flashes for the auto. It is a kill if Jarvan's not here.
oh, if
maybe
he
not
used
even.
Permafrost as well, that would have been a kill.
Yeah. Maybe trying to give the kill over. As Sword Art just finds himself in the middle of the enemy team.
He just strolls
Maybe
on
had a
in.
chance to flash away there.
Just wishes Minji Merry Christmas and gifts him 300 gold.
Yeah. Oh, you do not want to be this Maokai support champ from behind. You mostly are just building move speed. And
Yeah. Generally, it is the Trailblazer, I believe.
yeah, Swifties into Trailblazer is what I've seen in solo queue anyway.
Yeah, and I think from there you have sort of whatever you want to go for. I think Locket always makes a lot of sense. Shiralia's even perhaps, although it doesn't make you that much more tanky.
Oh.
As Minji now
Gee.
going to be
Is
Shut
dead and the
down?
shutdown goes to Gory. You love to see that if you're CFO. So cool, just behind
what
on
an
the play.
absolute bloodbath mid.
Yeah.
Gold
Awesome
even,
fighting.
pretty much.
It looks like Azir must have hit 6 and ulted Minji to his Jarvan.
Okay.
She's not quite 6 yet.
Now, I wonder if we're going to see a fight over the Dragon. I think if you are CFO, getting level 6 is a really important spike. Of course, for J-Team as well, but the MF and Maokai function almost 10 times better when they have access to their ultimates.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's a pre-6 fight, you got to favor the Xayah Rakan.
Yeah, for sure. Just the power that can come out of the combined attack speed and extra damage.
With the 0 ult being down too, maybe it is an opportunity for J-Team to go for the Dragon. Though they will have to deal with the spot wave first. Might look for a play on bot, honestly. Just here we go.
Okay, Ursan here for Sokol on the way. Featherstorm comes out. Shun going to get stunned up, but he does use the cleanse. Flash will also be used now. And with that, a lot of priority given over here to J-Team. They could look for this Dragon, but at least for now, Sokol's just going to go back to his camps.
All right, not feeling a rush to grab the Dragon. They did just blow the Xayah ulti.
Yeah, that is true. Now, Minji being looked at, level 6. Yeah, Gory's going to land that slow. Command Dissonance gives him a little bit of movement speed, but Flash Proofs and Sword Art should be another kill. Gory now 2 and 1 on this Azir after a very dramatic and honestly appalling start for the Azir.
Yeah. Yeah,
and he now finds himself arguably, well, not even arguably, just ahead.
Yeah, Minji having a rough time in the mid lane. A lot of pressure onto him from Karsa. They do get the MF flash in the bot lane, but yeah.
Lakai quietly doing better up here as the Aatrox than we see most doing.
Yeah. Yeah, having a good time into the Yone so far.
As you say, just an honest shift being put in top.
Yeah. Decent trade, but...
Ooh.
Oh, this could... Okay. Rest doesn't commit to a trade there. As the Yone is really going to just look to scale in the matchup. It gets harder for the Aatrox to deal with the Yone as he gets more items.
Yeah. I mean, at the current stage, I think the trade still probably favors Rest, but not as hard as it will at the one item and so forth.
Yeah, so hard for the Aatrox to land his spells when the Yone is right on top of him, as well as with all the dashes, as engage onto Sword Art.
Yeah, it almost looks like a jungle battle, but this is the support Maokai, and not much comes of it, just a little bit of damage traded back and forth between the Sejuani and the Maokai. Now, Maokai still not level 6, does not have access to that Nature's Grasp, which can be so important. Castle, though, he's finding himself a flank, and there still is no Featherstorm available for Wako for a little bit. Now, some's also not available for Shun.
Sokol's taking so much damage to this grab.
Bullet time also is down for Shun. I wonder what was the cause of that. Now, both supports not level 6, so that isn't going to play a part, but it is going to be CFO securing themselves that first.
Yeah.
Dragon. Gory having first move in mid means it's a little bit easier for them.
Yeah, with a leash from J-Team, they pick up the Dragon. As Wako's quietly got himself a little 20 CS lead. Apart from the Azir, the Xayah is very strong in this game. She doesn't deal with Azir very well at all.
Yeah, and admittedly, Orianna should be 2, right? Has got himself 2 kills. Now, admittedly down 20 CS as well, but still the 2 kills. For one was First Blood. You should feel like you do have more gold than you generally will.
Okay, Sokol bumps into Karsa. Aatrox has priority in the top lane.
Yeah, I actually think this is a duel that Sokol could win, but you're just scared of Gory and...
He's got Rakan here as well. Maokai's nowhere to be seen.
I mean, they're going to give over the Scuttle Crab. We'll see if they want to contest.
Wako is running up too. MF will have to run from base.
He's still not level 6, which is...
Oh, goal. From Sokol, right between both of them.
Yeah,
I wonder if they'll still look to fight here, because MF is going to be here in time.
All right, Lakai. Yeah, okay. Sword Art level 6, Ursan's not. So power advantage certainly in favor of CFO. Yeah, that's not who you want to go on. And my God, Ursan is dead. Root lands, 2-man Fate Sealed. We're seeing a lot of damage. Rest does manage to get back to safety. Sokol going to be the next focus as Shun trying to find what damage he can. The Sejuani will be finding it out. So will Lakai, but Minji and Ursan...
super disjointed by J-Team.
Yeah.
Ursan engaging on one side while his team is all grouped up on the other side trying to deal with the Yone. And a nice ulti from Minji. He times it as the Yone comes in, but still goes down to Karsa on the Jarvan, who has been bullying him this game. And in spite of a couple early incidents.
Yeah, and Gory's sitting at 3-1 now.
And these are not the fights Xayah wants. Xayah wants front to back, people running at her. She gets a decent chunk onto Sword Art initially, but yeah, Ursan's got his team nowhere near him. Minji times his ult really well there, but they can't quite pick up the kill on the Yone, and Karsa just flashes onto him and kills him. There's no... I mean, your strongest member, probably Wako, is just not in the fight at all. You're not playing around him at all.
Yeah. Ursan and Wako trying to look for a fight on the bottom side, while Lakai and Sokol are up on top side.
Yeah.
Still just hitting those Void Grubs.
As Gory is massive again, after a rough start to the game.
Yeah, definitely the strongest champion on the rift right now is this Azir. As we take a look top, Sokol in the area. Lakai trading aggressively.
I'm not sure what Sokol is hoping for here. He's got his ult coming up soon.
Yeah, there's a pink.
Check this bush.
There's a pink in that bush. There's also a Karsa around.
I don't think Lakai's checked it.
Right roll. All right, we're going to have a 2v2. Rest lands a nice knock up. We're going to have a 3v2 as Lakai is just strolling on into that tower.
Leaves.
Yeah, he's out of here. Sokol, though, he's going to be the target. Is he going to be able to get out? He does have quite a lot of tank stats. Karsa.
Oh, nice.
Gets it.
Yeah, and Lakai's going down
too. The auto attack.
I wonder if Lakai should have just commit to the kill. Get a kill for him. You probably both go down. You definitely both go down, but you maybe get a kill onto the Yone.
You were searching for the execute, but I mean, as we saw, the flash coming out of Gory, one auto attack on Azir means that he will claim kill credit. That's another 300 gold. That's another kill. That's 4-1 Azir.
Yeah.
They started off dying for first blood, so...
Minji hangs on to his TP there is interesting.
Yeah, I guess there's nothing much he can do. He can maybe stop someone from dying, but I'm not sure. Shun does use that cleanse. In comes this Nature's Grasp. It actually is going to land onto Ursan, and Shun is okay to just wander on out of there. That's all the ultimates now down on the bot side, and Gory is having his absolute way with Minji now in this middle lane.
Just a lost chapter versus the Nashers in the mid lane. It's going to be pretty rough for Minji. He did pick up 2 plates, I think, maybe just 1, but he should have his item completed. Him hanging around makes me think maybe not.
Should be close.
Yeah.
Luden's Companion, almost certainly what he's looking for. Still not sold on the Luden's Companion.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I mean, the alternative is maybe just a tier or the Seraph.
Yeah, you just go into Seraphs and then into Deathcap, and you have 400 and something AP, and you're feeling pretty good about yourself.
Yeah.
Also, it's just...
It's maybe a bit slow this game.
It's always a little bit slower, but I think the upside is you feel very safe once that Seraphs is stacked. You also have a little bit more utility. You can go the Leandries, which deals better with tanks, of course. You still do an absolute ton of damage. You're not going to be lacking on that. Takes a little longer. And maybe it's... I don't know. I just still feel like if you're going to go even against the Azir, and in fact now you're just losing, I think you may as well go for the better scaling build.
Yeah.
But it is the Luden's Companion. One ult can change the course of the game. We've seen it before. Will we see it again? Really up to Minji to try and do that. Wako, he's doing his best down here in the bot lane. Multiple times forcing Shun out of lane. He's found himself a CS advantage, XP advantage, but I mean, with just how strong Gory is, it doesn't matter. These dragons are all going over to CFO. Sword Art's just being a pest. Oh, okay.
Another Sedgwick goes wide, but he should be dead on Sword Art.
It should be Sword Art going down, but there's a lot of people locked down. They're now out, but they're all into the bullet time. What a combo as Gory comes in, shoves everyone into Shun's bullet time.
Yep.
It's a double kill for the Azir. It's a single for this MF as Rest also looks for the kill up top. Won't connect on that Fate Sealed. And
yeah, and they fight in a corridor, and Shun gets there in time to ult them all, and yeah, it's a pretty quick fight. What looked like maybe a good fight, and maybe it wouldn't matter that the Sejuani ult missed, and they would pick up Sword Art anyway. I think they did end up picking him up, but I mean, they lost everything for it.
Yeah, maybe some stage nerves coming out here from Sokol. I expect it's not easy coming in and replacing someone as storied as Kongyue.
Yeah. Yeah, a couple unfortunate Sejuani ults. As Sword Art is just way too far up here.
I mean, there it was okay. Now you're getting a bit silly.
And yeah, I'm not sure if the Sedgwick landing even makes a difference. Wako with a flash on the Jarvan EQ, but then you're stuck in the Jarvan ult, and then Gory comes in, scoops you up into the MF ult pretty clean. from CFO, and we're seeing polar opposites in terms of synergy between these teams. J Team looking just uncoordinated, disjointed, and CFO inventing little combos with the Azir MF.
Yeah, and Gory's damage once again that fight. I mean, I thought Shun would have done more, but more than he did. Not more than Gory, but yeah, no, it was quite the one dig there from Gory on the Azir, and I think at this point you are never winning a fight if Gory's involved in it.
Yeah.
Just so far ahead. You also just have to deal with this Cataclysm. Wako no flash. Minji does have flash, but how much impact is this Luden's companion Orianna really going to have? I mean, only if you find an absolute massive ult.
Yeah.
It's got to land onto Rest, Gory, and Shun for it to really matter, you'd have to feel.
Yeah. I think if he finds Gory and Shun together, that could be enough, but he's going to be hard-pressed to do that. Yeah, Gory is 6-1, 700 gold shut down, 30 CS up. Very strong this game. Yeah, after a disastrous start. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, no doubt. Teleport will come in here. Minji topped up on health, topped up on mana.
J-Team are going to look to defend this.
Yeah, they're looking to defend it. I don't know if they can. I mean, they're going to find Sword Art. Twisted Advance will come through. Bullet Time also comes through. That's one kill picked up. Gory still not really finding the angle to find damage. Now he will. Yusan, 2 auto attacks, gets him down to half as Caster's going to have to dip and dive on out of there. It is just a clean kill.
Yep, they
Much
lose
needed.
Sword Art, but they pick up the tower. You've got to be happy with that. If you're J-Team, and you're not too upset with it if you're CFO either.
Ooh. Like you should put all your eggs in the Wako basket, given those Raptors.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Gory is confident. Yusan lives. Gory, oh my god. Oh. He still might go down.
Yeah.
Sokul's here now. He really needs to get... Oh my god.
Okay, nice
Gory
flash.
does have that Emperor's Divide, and now here comes Rest. So much
nice
was
ult.
spent trying to kill this Azir who lives, and Rest now is just going to run away with this team fight. Sword Art even finally rejoining the fray. He's back in the bot lane. World Ender going to be used here. Shun putting down that bullet rain, but Rest is going to get knocked up. Lakai is hunting. Q3 now is ready.
Nice TP and ult from Rest, but that was just the Gory show. He is just dashing in 1v2, 1v3 by the end of it, just surviving, kiting everyone out. A nice ult onto the Sejuani. As he knows 2 people are here, they're on top of a ward. He just does not care. His team nowhere near him, by the way, if you look at the minimap. This flash on the Orianna ult was amazing. Flashes forward, of course. Forces Minji's flash out too. And Minji's trying to get onto him, but look how much damage he trades back. Socool tries to flash on too. He has a 0 ult this entire time. And then a nice flash, clean up by Rest. Just catches Orianna on the edge there. And Lakai shows up, but he just doesn't have the damage to kill this Yone or trade anything back. As he's actually gone for a different build than we're used to seeing. As engage onto Socool.
Yeah, Socool caught a little bit out of position here. Should have the damage, of course, Rest being there. It's a nice shockwave. It lands onto both Rest
Lakai.
as well as Sword Art, who does go down. Lakai is going to get absolutely eliminated. Battle Dance from Yusan gets him out to safety. It's 3 found here for CFO. Only Wako and Yusan left to try and defend.
Yeah, for a second there, I thought it was going to be Deja Vu with an Aatrox finding his way onto an MF and just killing everyone in the backline, but CFO are so strong, they have so much damage, they just turn around and nearly one-shot him.
Yeah, now, CFO choosing to do the Baron makes a lot of sense. Are Wako and Yusan confident enough to try and take this dragon?
Oh, I doubt it.
It doesn't seem like it. I mean, they probably wouldn't have even done it in time before CFO are able to get this and head down there.
Wako on just 1.5 items. Gliding around.
Yeah, he be gliding. Yeah, I'm definitely not optimistic about J-Team's chances in this one. Yep. Now, they do have, obviously this dragon should go down, CFO picking that up. They have another 5 minutes until it is Soul.
Yeah.
And so you will be able to get that Navori online for Wako, which is probably the most important item. Through comes the quickness, through comes that grand entrance. Sword Art now standing in the wall, does have flash available for himself.
Actually baiting them for his MF there.
Yeah, does get out. It does cost Yusan both of his sums.
See that MF Q onto Wako.
No,
Did
did
like
it?
50%.
Oh.
Bounced it off a Raptor. Got the crit because it killed the Raptor, and it half health Wako.
Yeah, this is a bit of an impossible game. I mean, your Xayah already struggles against Azir, just when all things are even. But when you're up against the 6-1 Azir that has the Nashes, has the Lich Bane, is building even towards, I mean, what I assume is a death cap.
Yeah, you'd have to think so.
It's almost impossible to play. You get auto-attacked by... Oh, nice cancel there on that Flag and Drag. Lakai trying to turn something around. Q3 will also connect, but Karsa really not taking all that much damage.
We have a Sejuani ult. They're just really hesitant to pull the trigger onto Karsa. I think that was a kill.
Oh, Rest does miss. He's now in the base. This is going to be fine, though. And, of course, Baron minions now crashing. Wako does have a lot of wave clear, of course. The Xayah, one of the best AD carries in the game at being able to smash through minion waves.
Yeah, and like you said, they can stall for another 5 minutes until the Dragon, but I'm not sure what they're stalling for at this point. Corey
Minji is not stalling.
Minji.
Yeah, Minji has been scooped up. Did have flash available, chose not to use it.
Hit some with a thumbs up, too.
Yeah, so cool now. He's looking for rest.
They can fight this.
They're trying to look, but they do land the Glacial Prison this time. He's going to get brought back. He's going to use a Fate Seal. Does not get over the wall. Nice block there from Yusan. And down will go Rest. That's 1,000 gold picked up for Lakai. Karsa now looking for that dive. Lakai did get the reset, so he is very strong. Permafrost does come through. Grand Entrance won't land, and so now CFO should feel very safe. It's a 4v4.
Yeah.
Rest does go down. Check to see if he has teleport available for himself, as mid lane inhib, top lane inhib both go down. Gory receiving the credit for both of those. Teleport is available. And so it could even just be no opportunity to stall. It could be CFO looking for the end here.
Yeah, I said they could stall 5 minutes, but it doesn't even look like they can.
Yeah, Grand Entrance will go wide here. Karsa now landing the 3-man Grand Entrance. I mean, the Cataclysm, sorry. Sokol is going to go forward. Yusan very low. Sokol having to flash away as Wako's trying very hard to find any angle here to find auto attacks, but it's just so impossible.
Yeah.
It's going to be Gory recalling. Also has teleport available for him. Should be the double teleport. It is, up on the top side.
Yeah.
And now we're going to have 5 men strong up against this 5-man of J Team, but I know who I favor. Shun might be out of mana, but Gory certainly is far from it. One tower goes down. Wako has lost almost all of his health. He's going to have to go back to his base. As Lakai's in the back line. Minji getting very low. Shrima Shuffle. It's going to go into that Emperor's Divide as everyone's being rounded now. And through comes these Sand Soldiers into the base. They're not going to find the kills. The last tower should be going down. Lakai pops that World Ender. This is going to be the final stand. 23 minutes in. Rest finds the solo kill. Glacial Prison comes through. It's going to land. It's onto Sword Art. It's a nice shockwave. It finds Shun. Shun won't even go down as Gory has slid on in. It's both the carries. Wako turns one around. But it's going to be CFO in 25 minutes. They pick up the second win of the series. And I think that was the cleanest series we've had so far.
Yeah, they just absolutely nailed them. Gory at the end of that game there, 1v4 fountain diving.
Yeah.
His team was not even coming to help. He was just fighting 4 people and trying to dive them in their fountain. Massive on the Azir. They pick him up in the end, but at that point, their base is dead and not much you can do. Xayah already has a hard time into the Azir, and 9-1 Azir, there's just no hope.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a 9-1 Azir that, by the way, died for first blood.
Yeah.
So that one
and lost his flash.
Yeah, lost his flash. Died for first blood, came back, and then just got kill after kill after kill after kill. It was, and honestly, it was off the back of Karsa. Karsa really helping out there, finding the kill onto Minji. I believe found a kill onto Sokol as well, if I'm correct, and really just turned the game around, because for a second there, it did look like J-Team maybe had the angle. Minji 2 and 0, I believe, on the Orianna. I was like, well, we have a game here.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, wasn't able to do anything with that lead. And it
immediately 2-2 after.
Yeah, it was. It was a 2-0 into straight 2-2.
Yeah.
I mean, Karsa finding fantastic Cataclysms. Obviously, the Emperor's Divides were phenomenal. Shun had a quiet one, but the bullet times were there. The MF damage was coming through, although you didn't really need it to be.
Yeah, with how many AD bans we were, MF did enough that game. Honestly, same with the Xayah. They both kind of just did enough with how many AD bans were thrown out that game. And yeah, I mean, MVP's obviously going to Gory.
Yes.
But Karsa facilitated that entire game
for sure.
Gory.
And so did Sword Art, but not like in the way you'd hope. He just kept getting caught out, and his team was so far ahead. It was like, oh, well, we'll just fight them.
Yeah, he
and
just ends up baiting fights by being caught out of position.
Time and time again. I mean,
which is not how I've seen the Maokai used in general, but
no.
I mean, it works.
I mean, it works if you're a Zero. It's something like 3-1, 4-1, and eventually 9-1.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, J-Team, admittedly, started the game looking okay. The first kill was a bit of a gimme. Gory going into the tower. Didn't even have enough mana for a W. Streamer shuffled into it and then just dies to the command dissonance from Minji. First blood. Minji then comes back, kills Casa, I believe. Or maybe it was Sword Art. Anyway, finds himself a second kill. It was like, wow,
it was Sword Art. It was Sword Art.
This is looking pretty good. Oh, that's right. Sword Art just wandering on mid lane. Yeah, Sword Art had a bit of a stinker.
Yeah.
To be honest, but I mean, well, if you're going to have a stinker, you may as well have it in a game where your Azir is just absolutely popping off.
Yeah.
Quiet game for Rest up top, but I think he didn't punish the Aatrox as much as you might hope.
Yeah.
But honestly, he came in with those teleports. Yeah, again, and that's also the question, right? Your mid laners ahead now. Do you really want to pressure? You don't really have to.
Yeah.
You can just go even, and then the Aatrox isn't going to be as strong as the Azir, and that's kind of what we found. He did have good teleports, good ults in the team fights. So.
Yeah. And the Yone pick just being strong into the Aatrox meant it just felt like there was no angle into that game at all. Maybe they could have tried to make some plays on the MF, and they did, and they burned the flashes and the cleanses off the MF, but we never really saw the repeat gank.
That was just a 2v2 though. That wasn't even a gank. That was just Wako and Yursan just 2v2ing, getting a lot of the like Featherstorm got cleanse flash, and
so we've got an engage onto the Sejuani, which is usually a bad idea, but I mean they're just so ahead at this point. And watch the Aatrox. It looks like Aatrox is about to take over the game, and then Gory just turns around and hits him, and he's flashing away.
Yeah, it didn't have ult, I guess, but I think same result either way. Maybe the movement speed gets him out, but yeah, I mean this damage graph is probably going to be crazy.
Yeah, predictable.
Wow, Rest is quite up there.
Yeah,
that's over 1,000 damage per minute, which is not the most common thing in a professional game of League of Legends.
Yeah.
Especially up against a very formidable opponent. Now, no towers, no dragons yet again. I think that's the second time today we've seen that stat line.
Yeah.
And, I mean, yeah, as I said at the end of that game, I think this is the cleanest series we've seen. Maybe you could argue CFO against, was it West Point or Halpix? They were against one, I think it was West Point, but that was also a very clean series. And now, honestly, that's something to note. CFO now having two of the cleanest series we've seen.
Yeah.
Promising. Because
back to back, right?
Next week, I believe they're going to be up against PSG. Which is probably their biggest one. Yeah. And so, I mean, seeing how clean they are now, it makes you feel a lot more confident than in game one when they were against Beyond and had a lot of faults.
Especially the player we had questions about going into the last couple series, Gory, has just woken up.
Yeah.
And a game, especially like this last game, is going to be amazing for his confidence. And more of that from Gory, hopefully.
Yeah, no, it's very exciting to watch when...
Don't give that guy a lead.
Yeah, and it's a fun champion to watch pop off, so it's always good. Now, I see a lot of Gory and I see a Rest.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm surprised it's Rest on the Yone, not Karsa on the Jarvan just flying into every team fight.
Yeah, actually. I mean,
Sword
per
Art,
death.
no hope.
Per
Too many
death, maybe.
deaths.
I don't
Too
know
many deaths for Sword Art.
Yeah, yeah, but I think per death, I don't know if Rest died, so I think that boosts up the stats quite a bit, maybe. I can't.
I'm not sure that Karsa died.
I wasn't really looking at many people outside of
Gory.
Outside
of the Gory show.
Yeah. Okay, Sword Art's going to get
daylight robbery for Sword Art taking the MVP there.
That guy, I think that guy was the worst player on his team. Any of those?
Maybe we missed something, but I think there were about 2 or 3 players outperforming Sword Art.
I think there were maybe 4 players.
I mean, he gets caught out in the jungle and his team ends up making a massive play on the enemy team, overcommitting on him. You could call that a stroke of genius from Sword Art, or you could call that being too far ahead for it to matter, and his team following up very well. Yeah.
This is the. I mean, you could say he dodges the Sejuani.
Yeah, this is the play I was talking about. It's like, I guess he's a genius, but also, isn't this his team playing incredibly well?
Yeah, 3-man Cataclysm. I mean, this is literally a Gory highlight.
Yeah, I mean, or a Karsa highlight, or a Shun highlight. But all right, credit to Sword Art, a great player, of course.
Very good player. That was...
Congratulations. I mean, either way, you're just happy to pick up a win like that on CFO.
He put on an honest shift in the support role, didn't he? Oh, I don't know. To be fair, King matchup could be actually kind of fair because Ursan was playing pretty well with Wako.
Yeah.
Just kind of like, again, the one person on this team you really hope doesn't get giga far ahead is the Azir.
Yeah.
Because the Azir gets ahead, Zaya no longer can play the game.
Yeah.
And boy, oh boy, did Azir get ahead. Especially after how that game started. The first blood, and then immediately, if you remember, Gory comes back to lane, lives at a gank on about 1 HP that he would have died to if Permafrost was activated.
Yeah.
And then comes back and just picks up 2 kills immediately. So, I mean, well played, really, from the entirety of CFO. We are going to have an interview once again with Patty and Rest. So please do enjoy. We'll be back right after.
Let's have Rest say hello to the audience first. 欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。今天来到赛后采访的是 CFO 的上路选手 Rest， 请 Rest 先跟观众打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 CFO 的上路 Rest。
Congratulations for winning today. Your team's condition looks better and better. How do you feel about the game you just played? 恭喜你们赢下今天的比赛。CFO 现在看起来状态是越来越好了，觉得自己打得如何？
觉得自己这一周表现还是一般般吧，因为之后还有更强的队伍，所以要打得更好才行。
I think this week my performance is just so average because in the future we're going to face even stronger teams, so I need to improve myself and play better in the following weeks. Today in 1v1 you chose Kalista as your champion and you look very familiar with it. Did you learn it from the Shy or are you just really good at it from the beginning? 你今天的单挑拿出了克里斯达，看起来非常的熟练。你是跟The Shy学的吗？还是本来就很擅长这支英雄呢？
因为我本身就有看他比赛嘛，然后我在排位之前也玩了很多，我一直很想在比赛玩，但因为之前都打波1，所以要比较正经，所以不能玩这种类型的英雄。然后那个模式的射手特别强。
So I actually watch the Shy play a lot and also play Kalista and solo queue too. So actually I have familiarity with this champion. And also because we play best of 1, I weren't able to use this champion in competition, but this time I can use it. So I'm really happy I'm able to use this champion. And it's also a very good, the marksman champion on top lane is very good to use. How do you feel about CFO's teammates this year? Are there any special feelings you'd like to share after playing with your teammates so far? 今年队伍磨合你觉得还好吗？与这些新队员一起打比赛到目前有没有特别的感触？
磨合刚开始没有想象中的那么好，因为想说，毕竟他们也都是原本在台湾打过的选手，所以感觉会很好磨合，但发现没有那么好磨合，是后来才磨合的越来越好。
In the beginning, our teammates' cooperation wasn't that good. I thought it's going to be good because they played in Origin before, but it was a little bit hard in the beginning. But now, after a couple weeks of playing together, I think we've improved in our teamwork. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for the win today. 再一次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢 Rest 选手来到今天的赛后采访环节。我们把镜头转回主播台的 Section 跟 Mountain。
You have to agree with Rest there. They've definitely improved over the...
The jingle just gets me every time. But yes, they have. Yeah, it's very clear to see. I mean, maybe you could argue if they had a weaker team week 1, they might look strong anyway. But I think how dominant it's truly been.
Yeah, compare week 1 to these last 2 games.
And you just compare how they've played against the weaker teams versus how some of the other top 4s have. And CFO are just miles ahead, right? We see sort of beyond. They'll get the job done, but it's a lot less clean. You're not just certain from minute 6 that, wow, this game's pretty much a wrap already. And CFO really give us that belief. So I'm so excited to see them go up against some more of these top 4 teams.
Yeah, against PSG, that's going to be an awesome game.
For sure. On your screen, of course, today's results. 2 quick 2-0s. DCG getting done very quickly up against Hellpigs. And then you just saw an absolute demolishing CFO over J-Team. The standings, CFO now tied. We have a tie once again. It's alongside PSG. We will once again see PSG tomorrow, so maybe we'll break that tie. But I think as things stand, I'm in much agreement with the standings. I think that really is an accurate representation of the power levels of these teams. The only one that I think could change is DCG. And of course, the top 4 could really be anywhere.
The top 4, it's anyone's call who's where in that top 4.
I am starting to think that Beyond are perhaps looking like the 4th. I think maybe the other 3 teams are giving me a little bit more belief. But
Ooh.
We're truly going to get to find that out
we'll
tomorrow
find out,
because if you look on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, PSG versus Beyond, game number 2 tomorrow night. Of course, game number 1 will be Frank versus West Point. Again, West Point really need to try find their first game and first series win. But by all means, game number 2 is the game to watch because BYG have looked phenomenal, only faltering to Frank. PSG have looked phenomenal, only faulting to Frank.
Both teams both teams having that loss recently as well. So we'll see who can bounce back and see who has the better read on the other team.
And one thing that's exciting too is following on from this week. We'll have next week. CFO have to face both PSG and Frank in the same week. I think that will be so exciting to watch. But of course, we've got the rest of this week to get through, and it's been so exciting to watch. I mean, easily some of the cleanest best of 2s we've seen, both through DCG and CFO. But of course, that will do us here for tonight. We will be back tomorrow. You saw the games on your screen. Game number 2, PSG versus Beyond. What more can you ask for? I will see you there.